Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? How you doing? Hope you're doing good.
Hey, hello. Remember to open up the subtitle, huh? Thank you.
Yeah, I forgot. God, that redeem is such a good idea. Also, I'm a Snek today. Been a while, but I think next week I'm gonna do something as to update a little bit of my redeems. No, automate something. No, automate something, and then also being able to change model when someone redeems something. Yeah, something like that. Is my captions not working? Yeah. I think something changed. Alright, give me a second. Oh yeah, I need to change that. I'm not kobold. Currently, anyway. I'm just gonna keep the kobold tag. I am now Snek. Done. Yeah, Snek. Been a while. I miss being a Snek too. Also, I think they changed the default device somehow because I did the switch thing. Yeah, I changed the default device to voice mod. Oh, okay. Set default. Then it should work. Google. Come on. Oh, there it is. Okay, the caption should be here. Let me see. Oh shit. I just closed. Sound like good plans. Definitely need to change something here. Also, I just realized I had something wrong here. I don't know why the gaze moves the hood. What does it mean? Let me show you. So if I were to enable gaze, which means that it eyeball tracking, right? I'll keep it as eyeball tracking. Eyeball tracking, it tracks the hood. Here, let me show you. It's so jank, by the way. Do you see what I mean? I don't know why it's my gaze that's on my hood. It looks so fucking cursed, by the way. Like I can look this way and then it's so bad. How the oh, you know, I think I know how. It is cool. It looks a little bit. The movement of the hood gives me goosebumps. I don't like it. I'm gonna disable that shit. No. There. At least it looks normal. If predators would move fat guys as if they were real, that's actually kind of clever though. Yeah, I have 2 bones on the hood. Yeah, 2 quote-unquote bones. I would say bones lah, but it's the rigging term. 2 bones on the hood, so maybe that's why they default that bone on the hood as the eyeball. So that's why they track that one, probably. So it's okay. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Also, this music is such a jam, by the way. It's a huge jam. I've been listening to this music for a long time, and it's so good. Even when I'm driving and I drive to this music, I just feel. What's the feel to this one? I feel above. Get jam. Above. That I think that's how I'll say it. I feel above, but how, I don't know how to explain it anymore. Above the traffic, or that's both scary and cool. Above the traffic, imagine I can fly. Oh yeah, also for the sake of like redeeming the model change, I have set up some hotkey camera changes, I think. Yeah. Just some, so that I can now when people redeem the model change, I can change the camera, or change the quote-unquote camera quickly, and also just go to VC Face and change the model afterwards, because I mean, you wouldn't want to see a cursed kobold like this, right? Kobold tree? Nope, kobold's gone. Yeah, because Snake is too big. But yeah. Oh, CC finally appeared? It took a while. Okay, since tonight, I don't think there's any activities tonight. I can play DRG to my heart's content. Yeah, I can definitely play DRG to my heart's content. Okay, let me just close this one real quick. Close the things. There. Oh, also I played Rainbow Core Hypernova more last night. Went to the arcade mode, got a high score of 8. The game's music is so god tier. I want to see if there's like OST for the game on YouTube. Let me go search it up real quick. Rainbow Core Hypernova OST. Oh god. Oh, there is. Full soundtrack? Alright, let's listen to it. Oh, I want to listen to like the character's theme. The character's theme is where it's at. Yellow is the best. Let's listen to Yellow. Oh. I'm the cool skater dude. I'll make it louder. It's so fucking good. 3, 2, 1, go. I can. I mean, okay. I mean, Reginald did say that OST is silly. I didn't expect to be just pure acapella style. Pure acapella goodness. What can I say? Something to observe. Play the game. It's free. Oh, my favorite one is definitely Indigo. And listen to this. A short listen to Indigo. Oh my god. Oh, it's so good. Wee wee. This is how you know people are having fun. People are having the time of their life making this OST. Any comments? Thank you for showing this awesome game. I'm happy I found this. Not happy that it ended up in my playlist. Very cool. Boom boom boom. There, now you guys know what to listen to. Go listen to Rainbow Core. Rainbow Core Hypernova. Oh, you know what? I should. I know I'm not sponsored by it, but let me go get the Steam page. Rainbow Core Hypernova. It's so fucking good. There, this is the one. Now you guys can go look at it. And now I'm gonna go open a what is it? A Deep Rock Galactic. Yeah, I had Google open just in case I need to search something up. Search something up. Oh yeah. Also, you know what? I'll talk about this when I play Deep Rock Galactic. It's fine. So last night, again, did not sleep well, but same goes for everyone in the family, or anyway, anyone around the Crocop or Miri area. Last night was insane. The thunderstorm is something else. Like, it's truly something else. It's scary. It sounds like bombs setting off constantly, non-stop. It's not even like one huge thunder, it's like and then stops for a bit. No, it's like constantly. Yeah, it's not just thunder. It legit sounds like bombs, which I think that's how they sound like. I never heard bombs in my entire life before, which I'm glad, because I don't want to listen to bombs. That means they're very scary and close to me. So yeah. Last time was something else. Everyone got scared to shit. Yeah, it's very close. And it went on for like at least an hour because I was playing my phone. I couldn't sleep. It's that loud. And I have to go grab my earpiece to hopefully not get scared too much. So I was playing this like last night. And then what's worse is that before the thunderstorm.
No, Molly, I'm not minerals. Okay, just a dream.
Like
Oh, crap, did anyone hear that?
Before the thunder, I had a nightmare, which is very silly because it's like me in a.
Ooh, damn, I'm good at this.
In a FNAF world, kinda. It's like when I hide under the table and then I just hear footsteps closing in on me, and then suddenly a jump scare and I woke up. Yeah, it sounds stupid, but gosh, was it terrible. Oh, I want to do deep dives. Deep dive. You hear that? Shadow thickening. Yeah, I also had nightmare. So after the nightmare, and then, I mean, I was sleeping very soundly, right? I was sleeping dead. So, and then I woke up to the heckin' huge ass thunder. So I was like, okay, well, that's my life now. So I couldn't sleep well, and now I'm very sleepy. Everyone does, I'm pretty sure. I mean, they tell me anyway. Yeah, everyone is very sleepy today. I'm gonna take this deal, get the money.
I always like a good bargain.
Nightmares don't have to be logical. My nightmares about aliens who only attack when you move is also not logical. Oh, that kind of works. Oh, nope, the bucket's too small for me. Yeah, that's right, bucket's too small. Yeah, use power fresh water. I forgot to refill it. It's okay, I have coffee. I'll moisturize with the power of coffee afterwards. And coffee, great. Oh, but if I'm going for deep dives, I don't think I can. I don't think I can do it with Driller. It would be a bad idea, would it? Nah, just do some normal missions first. Like this one. Exploders infestation. Constant flow of Glyphid exploder packs. Can I just skip this? Like, can I not have this? I'm a damn driller. Double XP though. gun seeds. I'm just gonna go in, get the alien egg, that's it. I'll do hazard tree. I know my snake hood is pretty big. I'm blocking everything. It's okay. I'll tell you some of the important things when I'm blocking it. Drill it kaput. Oh, I could try the drill build, right?
Selected. Your pressurized vacuum tin can is ready to take you to the surface.
Yeah, more damage.
Yet another good modification.
Drill sooner after an overheat? Right? I think this could work. So I can drill the enemy now. They'll even be afraid of me if I drill them, so it's a win-win in my book. Need to promote driller to unlock this slot. Don't think the build will be complete yet. Take a look. There was some stacking? Your drill's cool when drilling enemies. Heat removal on damage. So I can just constantly drill them. Yeah, without this one might be a little bit hard, would it? It's fine. I'll go with this for now. The pistol is really something else, isn't it? Maybe I should get quick reload. Yeah, I'd rather have quick reload.
Change a few numbers there, move a little bit here, remove that, add that, and there we go. Just the tweaking I needed to my equipment.
Pistols are great. I just cannot because pistols relies on you to aim really goodly, which I can't. I'm not good at aiming. I don't. X is cool though. What is this? Her grenade? High explosive grenade with a medium Q radius used to remove dirt or bugs or both. Can be held after pulling the pin to shorten the fuse. Oh. It has area damage? I can carry 6 of these. 140 damage. 160 damage. Area damage 80. Armor breaking and fear factor. Everything about this her grenade is just way better than this impact axe. I'm getting this one. Yeah, I'm ready. Well, you made me play a pew-pew game. High chance I look for a pistol? Well, fair enough. I don't know what kind of gun would I like. Shotgun? I like shotgun.
Yes.
I really like shotgun. Up close and personal, you know. Dark Morkite? No, I'm trying to find egg. Guess I'm not drinking any then. You tend to like the stuff that hits best when close. Something about me going up close and personal just feels so satisfying.
Really? I mean, really? You guys too? I thought the kobolds were way better than the dwarves.
Nah, you thought wrong, Tweak. You thought wrong.
As a kobold. We are family. Watch out, Hoxus. Golden scales are on.
Why do I play Driller again? Why am I not playing Engineer? Nah, it's okay. I mean, I love playing as Engineer. I'll play Engineer when I try to go for deep dives then.
Golden scales shall prevail. Let's go, kobolds. So soft and fuzzy.
So there'll be constant bugs on my ass, right? Just need to remove this. Nice. There we go, not painful anymore. Yellow and ready? Oh god. I just want that nitro, please. Oh, I heard something. Oh shit.
I don't think I can ever go back to just simply mining. This is my life now.
Can I just... No? Whatever works. Oh god, now that's just too high up. Oh god, okay. It's fine, I can drill. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Is that all of them? Hey! Okay, so my suspicions are right. You shoot the exploders on the head, they don't explode. Oh no, these are too hard.
Show me how you mine, Bosco.
I'll stay here for a bit because it's like multiple things that I can mine here. There was like one patch of nitro around that part. Just gonna wait for Bosco to mine these things. Oh, that's all the gold. Nice. Okay, good. Oh.
Is that all you got?
There it is. I think I'm lazy. I'm just gonna call, hey
Time to
Bosco.
Put those claws to work, Bosco.
Thanks Bosco, you the best.
Smash! Smash and shatter!
I feel like these days I'm just half awake. I mean, of course I'm only half awake. There's no way I'm fully awake.
Smash! Smash and shatter!
Oh yeah, also this morning when I was talking with my family, you know, we were all discussing about like the lightning last night. Everyone agreed that yeah, it's new. It never happened
I'm
before.
absolutely loving how things work down here.
Like those kind of heckin' lightning. Kind of the first time. It's like the biggest heckin' lightning we ever heard. Because it just truly sounds like a bomb. Yeah, me too. If it's a new normal weather, then it might be a little bit too much for all of us. Like, definitely we are not used to that. It's so scary too. Like, even me, that is not afraid of thunder, I would say last night's thunder was something else, like truly something else. It's actually spooky. Actually very spooky. So yeah, there you go. What are you? Why are you just walking like that? Ay! Radiation.
It always gets me whenever I see you define the laws of physics, Molly.
Hello, Nitron this round. Okay, we found eggs. Do I just like jump down? What? 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 Oh.
Now it's a party!
I'll throw one. See how you do.
That was loud!
Sorry, Molly.
I squashed a big one!
Oh yeah, I cannot get rid of radiation. Yeah, having all the explosives is kinda scary. Guess I have to do things quick. Why am I doing this? Egg. Egg.
Oh, those double jointed legs are good for running, because there's a swarming coming.
Egg. It still makes me laugh. So good. Egg.
Looks like these folks really want some cobalt tail. Better make them eat your bullets instead.
All good.
I'll get a chance at each and every single one of you!
Best music though, by the way. Is there more to just let this music play constantly? This is too good. La 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 la.
Wow, that's a lot of blips. Oh no, it's a meteor strike incoming.
What? Really? In the middle of me doing this?
You're almost through the wave, team. Go, go.
Good God, how am I supposed to aim like this?
Warden's down, buds! What you gonna do now?
That's a long wave, isn't it? That is quite a wave. That was fun. Oh, a little side note. It's just something that I'm very happy about. So, I've been saying that I've been playing a lot of this light lately, right? And apparently I can now get Daylon. So last month is when Daylon Solo came out in a device sequencer that I can get the ripples. Ripples as in shards. So I need 40 shards so that I can summon Daylon. And although I can only get like 20 shards per month. So that's why. But only 2 days left for a new month in the game anyway, although tomorrow is already tomorrow is already the new month. But 2 days after I will be able to get Daylon fully. So it's like, yay! I can get Daylon finally after so many months of playing the game. I get to finally get a look at Daylon and put him into my team. My team is now all, well, not all, but most. Okay, I have Fenrir, Anubis, Set. Fenrir, Anubis, Set is like the furry ones, and then I have Njord, and I forgot what Clara is. But yeah, it's like all the Greek gods and shit. Oh fuck! I forgot I cannot just do that. Okay. But once I get Daylon, since Daylon is supposedly a support character, I'm gonna try to make it work.
Yeah, there's the adrenaline.
Like a full furry team, if you will. Why are there so many noises? Oh, slasher.
Stay by my side, Steve.
Nice.
You are walking vomit!
If you bugs can't kill kobolds, then, well, might as well throw in the towel. Oh yeah, you're done. Go shopping at MODIO. I'm getting myself a new canister.
I'm gonna walk this way. The bird.
It killed my bug! No!
Yeah, having Steve on the mission like this is not a good idea. Unless I get the tanky Steve.
Depositing minerals.
They're just giving out Nitra like there's no tomorrow. Holy shit. I mean, I'm not gonna complain. Nitra, excuse? The scariest support in all Malaysia? I mean, I doubt that because a lot of people play this light, I believe. Have I been here? Okay, I have not dug through this dirt wall. Oh, the Glyphid Dreadnought Steve. Glyphid Dreadnought Steve. Imagine if we can tame Glyphid Dreadnought. God. Here? Really? That's fine, right? Oh, just a bit of radiation. Don't worry about it. Okay, let's go find eggs. Steve for regular bug and Steve for bosses? Right? Steve boss? Maybe there's a mod for that. Or most likely not. That one might be a little bit too OP. Oh, there's so much radiation down there. I'll go down from here. Is it just me or am I not seeing any gang seeds? Oh, they heard.
This is fun!
Oh, they almost killed me.
This is fun!
If we discover a new mineral, you think we get to name it?
Dying to shiny rock.
Oh, just face it already! You can't scare a cobalt, well, you're just not scary at all!
The betrayal. The betrayal of a shiny rock killing a kobold. God, I will not be able to live through that. The pain. Betrayal. Come here, pumpkin.
One down, two down, come on! I can do this!
Where? Mmm.
Man, I should have brought my nose pegs! You smell something?
Nice.
I've lost track of how many times your butt has ended up in my face, Molly. And not in a good way!
God, there's so many shiny rock. So scary.
Smash! Smash and shatter!
Oh. Oh, the gang seeds is all here, isn't it?
Fuck!
Die, worthless crystal!
Is there a better way to just destroy all of these crystals? Oh, I can just ignore them, I guess. Okay, I'll ignore them. Egg. 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 Oh, it's so good. Egg.
Oi! I call dibs on sorting this out when we get back! Oh, by the way, caught another dwarf trying to sneak a pat on my head. I swear. Feeling much better now.
Yeah, there's a bunch of gang seeds here. Okay, that's 10 of them. Oh, just write them out. Whoa.
Shake those legs of yours, Molly.
That's 10 gang seeds, if I didn't count it wrong. Come here, Molly. There's a shitload of gang seeds here. Oh, that's nice. At least gang seeds easier because when I look up, it's
I know I
pretty
keep
much just
saying it,
there.
but it's true. This place is almost nice compared to last time. Almost. Molly! Honestly, Deep Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know. I can't wait to see what's beyond the next area. Oh, yeah!
Egg. Egg. Alright,
Imagine the looks on their faces when they see the horde that we bring back. See cover! And another one bites the bullet.
Oh. Pickaxe exploder? God. Yeah. Alright, anything else here? Okay, maybe not here. Let's continue exploring this part. I know why lately I've been thinking about, like, what if I get 1,000 followers? Like 1K. That's...
Where the heck is Molly?
That's
Molly!
that's 4 digits. Like, at the back of my mind, I think that it's impossible. But then again, I'm already at 900 something, so it's like...
Secondary objective complete.
Somehow.
Collect your
You
bonus.
know.
Wait, if they don't make it home, do I get the bonus?
Oh. Yeah, it's not that far away. Like, never have I ever thought
Smash the worthless thing!
that I would get to 4 digits of followers.
Why not? I can't use this for anything.
Like, again, right, I would say at the back of my mind, it's like, oh, followers. Yeah, okay, I guess, you know. It's not like viewer counts that high. But like, then again, people who looked at my channel and cared to press that follow button exceeds 4 digits. Like, it's still a big thing, you know? Still, it's something.
I'm all out! Yeah, keep coming at me! I'm sure it will work eventually!
Oppressor? I'm still very surprised. Although I honestly did not do much, I would say, to improve my stream quality. Even though I've been trying to, but it's just that in real life stuff has been keeping me occupied pretty much all the time. So it's kind of sad, to be honest. Like, I want to interact with more streamers out there. I really do. Every time I feel like I want to interact with them, it's either fear that gets to me, or it's just straight up just I have to go work, you know, and I cannot keep I cannot pay attention to the streamer. So I'm also, one thing is that I'm afraid of talking to streamers when I'm working, is that I will not be able to like have a chat with them. Know what I mean? So like, let's say I'm working and then I want to interact with a streamer, so I talk to them, but like they are interacting with me, but me on the other hand is like busy with work, and I cannot reply them immediately. And what does that and what happens afterwards is that Yep. Afterwards is that I don't know what they say to me, so, and then the conversation cuts short, and it's just like a little bit awkward afterwards, which is why I'm so afraid of like interacting with streamers whenever I work. So that is also why I just constantly lurk at people's channel.
Oh crap, can't carry anymore.
That's a lot of gold.
Listen to those minerals go.
Made a habit of using lurk, and the reason why. That's a good one. Maybe I should start using that. That was fast. Let's call for resupply here.
Resupply on its way.
Nitro has been withdrawn and a supply pod is inbound. Why are we accepting Nitro when we could be accepting credits?
Doesn't always work, but gets the job done. True. It works well enough, most of the time.
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Okay, collecting ammunition. Oh yeah, feeling much better now. I live for this!
Let me just double check if I did miss something around here. I hope not. Okay, it doesn't look like I'm missing anything here. Good. Okay, let's go back to the horrendous place where there's like a tons of shiny crystals is trying to kill me.
Is that all? I could smack you with my tail if I wanted to.
That's easier.
You are not welcome in my world.
There's one.
This is fun!
Ooh, that hurts. One thing me has to learn is that he has limit on how many people we can meaningfully interact with. Yeah, that too.
Die, worthless crystal!
And no pro somewhere? Like as much as much as I want to interact with people, like whenever I start interacting with people, it's either that I get intimidated, like I'm scared of talking to people as well. It's scary. Social anxiety is a huge thing. Egg. We got egg. Much scarier than actual talking. Yeah, at least in actual talking, we're face to face. There's nothing to hide, and we can read the room very easily. That's how I feel anyway. It's way better than just messaging someone online. You have to assume something. At least my brain assumes a lot of something, which I don't like.
Never felt better. Come on, Steve, you knew better than this.
Steve's gonna die.
Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty. I assume that you're awesome.
Why
I hope I
not?
am.
I can't use this for anything.
Can I?
Crunchy. Oh, remember remember you, Steve. Forever.
Good gods, man. Can I do something here? Oh, okay, so I already got this one. Okay.
Can you help me dig this out?
How am I supposed to get that in no pearl? Just saw that you're missing a Tekken 7 achievement. Lightning of Fate finished 10 character episode 9 out of 10. Oh yeah, I need one more character ending, which I didn't get like ever. I didn't. Oh. I cannot think. I just have to keep going because of these explosives. But again, I don't know where to go. Oh boy. Okay, there's one that I missed. Egg. Come here, Molly.
Right over here, Molly. Come on.
Nice. One more egg. Oh. Inferno. Hi. But I had to bet. But I wanted to stop by and say hello to you and Pinky. Ah, hello to you too. Thank you for stopping by.
This is fun.
Hope you have good rest afterwards or good sleep. Yeah. Gehoibio. I'm gonna throw one bomb there.
Booyah!
This is my world.
Ah, what? Afraid to fight us now that your warden is gone? Well, stiff!
Good night,
Nothing
Inferno.
like the sounds of the acquisition of material wealth.
Have good sleep. I thought I can do it. Oh, she's here.
Honestly, sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with that thing. Molly, did you get over here? Ow!
That works out.
Ooh, glad to finally deposit. Felt like I was carrying a dreadnought on my back.
Found it. Last one. This map is not as huge as I thought. Was it 3-star or 2-star? I don't remember. Actually, no, I didn't even see it.
You dig, I'll catch.
Can I call Bosco to get the egg? I probably can. Although one thing I could try that's very stupid is doing this.
Resupply ordered.
Is that accurate?
I know the supply pod's shiny, but try not to catch it with your face. Or your tail.
You cannot tell me what to do, Twig.
All right, the resupply's here.
Oh
Everybody
my
go get
god.
ammunition and sugar.
There's a swarm detected.
I am so good. I'm actually so good. Holy shit. I did it with the egg.
It's collected, team. Oh, I still wish I hadn't looked up what they're used for. They're here. Oh, it was nice knowing you, you adorable little lizards.
Cover your ears. Sorry, you're going hungry.
Wooden.
Ha! The warden ain't here to watch over you now, bugs.
Yeah.
Drill's just locked up.
Are you Steve?
I knew you'd come back to me. Oh shit!
Oh, even Pretoria would be scared of me? Kinda.
Wow, maybe you guys should be exterminators instead of miners.
Good job, Steve.
You see, even a glyph can be cute. Yeah, good boy. Glyph and Swiss cheese. All right, loading back up.
Steve's strong. Alright, I did everything.
Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
I'm a driller. I can always drill my way to the drop pod, so not to worry. Whoa, I need a drink.
The drop pod's arrived. Let's get Molly back to the landing zone. Oh, and I guess you guys can come along too.
Oh, careful, Molly.
Hoxies,
Drop
goodbye.
pod departing in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
Careful, Molly. There's like... Oh my god, radiation, Molly. Jesus.
Take cover.
Oh, that's the
They
drop
call
pod.
that a happy customer. Explosives out.
Let's go, Molly.
Come on, 1, 2, 3, 4, move it. Grenade out. I love blowing shit up.
Molly, please don't shake too much. Thank you, Molly. Jeez, you're so nice. It's the first time Molly brought me all the way back.
Resupply ordered.
Sending in the supplies. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have touched that. And that team's dead. You'll get your supplies soon.
Mantera Hydra down.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Grenades left.
The mule's docked with the pod. We got everything we need, so you guys better get on the pod before we leave.
I feel
Okay,
fresh
okay,
out of
taking
the egg.
ammunition.
Get a move on. Come on.
Oh, am I out of nitro? Oh, I am. Okay. Alright, time to go.
Here, catch.
Retrieving the escape pod. I guess we'll send in the next cleanup crew later.
Nikiro's pretending to smell Molly. I'm not. I'm not pretending to smell Molly. It's hard to stay on Molly when Molly is just shaking its ass so much. That was a lot easier than I thought. I mean, with all the explosives it's trying to get me all the time. I'm surprised.
Well done. You're getting closer to completing your assignment.
Is that Driller?
Point for me.
Resupply here. After resupplying, all weapons instantly reload. When consuming red sugar.
That perk.
I don't know about what perk do I want. I'm gonna go do the overclock thing. Oh, they're both driller. Weapon skin set? What is this gun? Liquid cooling system? Oh, is this the drill? No, it's a wave cooker. No, is this drill? Oh, this must be the drill. Overheat recovery, less heat per shot. Shot? Maybe it's not. I'm just gonna do it.
Overpowered? Just wait until I do this! Oh yeah! This is gonna get nerfed in no time!
Gonna love coffee. There's one more. Weapon skin set.
Overpowered? Just wait until I do this! Oh yeah! This is gonna get nerfed in no time!
All weapons for the driller, warmonger. Uh-oh. I don't know who this is. Which one? I mean, this one looks good. Oh, that's Scout, okay. Small decrease in damage. Bullet convert into cryo minerals upon hitting the ground. Cryo minelets, oh. Sure.
Oh, this will really put the hurt in. Let's do it! Okay, now let's see. Can I make this thing dangerous or what?
Don't know if that's good. Okay, let's do more. I just realized me doing the assignments actually gives me... Yeah, Matrix cores as well. I should do all of these. That's pretty small driller. More damage or more ammo? One more damage? +1? Fine.
Much better.
Oh, I forgot I have this. I never used this one. Volatile compound. More area? Oh shit. Yeah, more area.
Mod acquired.
Drill. Drill faster? Yeah.
Yeah, mod acquired.
Armor? Fire resistance? Oh yeah.
Every little bit helps.
Oh, mastery unlock. I'm blocking it, but apparently down here, see this? See around this part? Down here, there's like mastery unlocks. So if I buy more,
Yeah, modification bought.
oh, I just get more health like this? Okay, I didn't know that. Try my fashion advice. Was it as scary as anticipated? My fashion advice? Do I have fashion? I don't think I have any... Huh? Oh, barefoot. No. You mean barefoot going to badminton? I mean, I'm always barefoot when I'm at home. There's no reason to wear shoes when I'm at home. I only wear shoes when I go out. Outside of home, that is. The only thing that happened was a tiny step from a stone. Yeah, be careful not to step on too much on uneven surfaces. Badminton court is different. Badminton court, they keep it clean. Release a cloud of slow-acting toxins engineered to exclusively affect life indigenous to Hoxus 4. Highly flammable. It's like a cool battle scar, but also painful. 10 seconds. Effect radius 7.5. Highly flammable, so I can explode it? On demand? I think this one is good. Yeah, let's use this one. Although only 4, it's fine. Yeah, I'm out of money. Little Fish Outbreak Gold Rush. We're rich. The mission area is full of extra rich gold veins. Oh, yes. The salvage operations shouldn't be too difficult. I know if like mission link 3-star, cave complexity is also 3 stars. It's okay, I got this. Has a tree driller. Let's fucking go.
Mission selected. Your pressurized vacuum tin can is ready to take you to the surface.
Scrippity script script. Shiny, shiny, shiny!
Then would you get money? Oh. There is. Taking this one.
Ha, you see? Put your mind to it, you can accomplish anything.
Hey Xavier. Been a while. How you doing? Also requires one less pickaxe. I'm doing... Wait, I'm driller. Why do I need to do this? Nah, skip. I don't need to drink that. I'm a driller.
Oh, for sakes. Do you double-jointed dragon simping? Even know how much work this is gonna be to clean up?
Dragon simping bugs. Oh god, I love Tweak.
So fuzzy!
Gold Rush though, I'm excited. I mean good too, because I'm out of money. Little Fish Outbreak is gonna be a bit of a pain though. Without platforms. Ah shit. It's fine, it's fine.
There's only gold for the bold, and we're bold. Knock knock, room service! Snake eyes!
salvage mission team. We need to go in and get all the equipment that the previous team lost. I wonder what happened to them. Oh God. Oh, jeez, why did I have to look? Let's just hope this doesn't happen to you guys.
A very reassuring tweak. One more legs. You had a great day? Good to know. Right, that's easy one. Well, not as easy. God damn it. God.
Do you fix all broken machines with hammers?
Manterra Hydra down! Let me try to... I feel rejuvenated.
Wow, Molly.
One down, two down, come on! I can do this! Oh, yeah!
Well, I feel I'm using too much flamethrower too early on. Didn't even get a nitro here. Oh, shoot! Okay. What hit me? Oh, okay. If I mentioned that I hate this map, I did, right? I'm pretty sure I did. This map sucks. What the hell is that?
A little phage meteor is fragmented on entry. All the bits are landing near you. Look out.
Oh. Save me, Mo. Save me, Molly. Oh, fuck's sake. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. I mean, at least this one's not that hard. It's not actual meteor. Just fragments. Oh, nitro. Hi?
Downloaded to the TS device. Now to check it.
What does that give me? Purple things?
Open wide, Molly.
Nice.
Casing shatters thick thighs. This is heavy. It burns! It burns! of you hear about that rumor of that one dwarf that accidentally said golden scales instead of rock and stone?
Oh woo, I'm new. Nice to meet you. How's the dwarf on hot stone action going?
Huh? Wait, I'm confused. Hi? You mean the rock and stonen? I mean, rock and stone has always been nice. Okay, pretty sure I've been here. Now, where do I go? Guess I can just go down. Maybe not from here. Oh, I forgot about third path. I could just follow the third path. Oh my god. Nice snake model that you make that yourself. Why am I weirded out? I'm scared. Whoa. Fuck.
Die, you pox noodle!
Oh my god.
Sorry to pass gas!
I am angry.
Damn rock pox!
Shit.
Get fucked!
Nice.
No oppression in my den!
Good enough.
Just what I needed.
Thanks. Wait. Why am I scared? Right, all good. I mean, they say there's gonna be a lot more gold veins. I'm not saying that. Oh my god, what is this place?
Remember, one bullet each! Unless they want more, then by all means, give them more!
Gosh, this space is too small. Nearby?
Just what I needed. You picked on the wrong cobalt!
This is terrible. What is this place? Oh, that was perfect. Oh god. I'm just gonna jump down. There. Okay, clean this up, and all is good. Eh. Eh.
What sick man says
I believe in Steve.
I sell propane and
My ears are still ringing.
What?
With a straight face. Deaf for years.
Why was there like a weird... Who was talking just Was that Mod? I sell propane and some shit it says. What?
Calling down cleansing equipment.
Stand by. A cleaning pod is on its way.
Plague worm neutralized.
Right, let's do it.
Cleaning equipment on site. Now just remember, some of you have to suck and some of you have to blow.
Step 1. Cover rockbox boils with foam.
Oh my god.
I feel like I'm getting sick. I'll be foaming the rockbox boils. I can't
Oh.
get away from the rockbox.
Highly flammable gas. Yeah, I'm not getting him.
This one... Oh god. The gas doesn't kill me, right?
Help me, Bosco!
I'm pretty sure the gas doesn't kill me.
Deploying litho foam.
Oh my
The
god.
rockbox is all over me. Damn rockbox eating our planet. Taking the litho foamer.
Oh my god, this is a big one.
Applying litho foam on the rockbox boils.
A big one and a weird one.
This is a very unhealthy work environment.
Resupply on its way.
Can you not?
Nitro has been withdrawn and a supply pod is inbound. Why are we accepting nitro when we could be accepting credits?
I almost feel bad for these rockbox infected bugs.
See? I told you I'm Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Loading up for more destruction.
This should do.
Never felt better.
Time to get foamy.
Oh, thank goodness.
One small clean for dwarfs, one giant clean for
A little bit for me,
cleaning spray.
a little
Our
bit for my
sponsor
friend
today's
here.
mission.
Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
Hey, at least that's done. But I think there's like one nearby. What's with the beeping noises? Oh yeah, the beeping noises is salvage. I forgot. I'm supposed to be here salvaging the little mules.
Time to put those claws to work, Bosco.
Do you call that a weapon?
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
The bit of thermal gas never killed anyone. The combustions did. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, okay. That makes a lot of sense. What? Rockpox here? Oh shit.
I think we're kicking tail here.
Oh, hi.
Emotional damage.
Kamala. Hi, Kamala. How was your Apex Legends? I think it was like two days ago. Disturb you? Nah, come on, Kamala. I don't know. You're never disturbing me. Kamala is too nice. Kamala never disturbs people. Oh my god, come on, no problem now. I finally got the chance to raid you, of course I'm gonna do it. God, I don't like this map. Oh yeah, I was curious though. What was the Apex Legend League or tournament? Is it organized by Chiao, that one? Because I saw Chiao is like, or Husky lah, is organizing one Apex Legend tournament that includes all furries and furries only. I should just salvage the meal first. Oh, two of them together? Oh god. Get out, get out, get out, get out, get out, get out. Oh shit. Oh no, why is it here? Okay, just do it, just do it.
Get the job
Your
done.
request has been received. Sending in the cleaning pod. Cleaning equipment on site. Hey, do you know that this cobalt cleaning spray has some sort of medical benefits? I wonder if they use the spray on wounds or something.
Oh crap! I forgot to bring the soap.
The infection is spreading! Foaming up the area.
This is just how I like it. One flat ground, all the foams.
It killed my bug! No!
Keep crying, baby.
keep crying, baby. Oh my god. Is this how Heavy talks? I love Heavy. Ooh, that's nice.
Really did a number on the Glyphids. Foaming up the area.
Final contagion spike neutralized. All signs of rockbogs have been eliminated from the cave. Well done.
This one is surprisingly easy. Hey, how many? 7 more bulu kep?
The dwarves have got it in my head now.
They say there's a lot of gold.
Nightmare that I was the mule and Molly was the. Never mind. I don't want to talk about it.
I feel like I got lied to. I've not even seen much gold. Oh boy. Just let me do my thing. Oh my god, Jesus, my eyes. My ears. My eyes. God. Oh.
Who's at the top of the food chain now, bugs?
Good gods, man. I'm just trying to fix the meal. Oh my god.
Get a haircut, hippie. You are a...
I don't care, 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 I don't care. I care very immensely. Ow!
Just makes it worse.
I'm staying inside here. Okay, there's 2 meals done. Just need 1 more. It shouldn't be too hard. I hope. Gosh, I kinda want to just ignore the blue caps, honestly. Just because I really don't like this map. I don't like this map. Oh. Oh yeah.
Mmm, crunchy.
Oh, why are you smashing that mini mule? Oh, wait, you fixed it.
Yeah, but the gold rush though.
Now it's time to get to the drop pod.
I kind of want the gold rush, but I don't like this map. Rock and stone to the bone. Rock and stone and golden scales. Social gamers, hi. Welcome. How you doing? Do I have to find the blue caps? Oh god. I mean, I have to. Well, I don't have to, but I want to. For the gold, I guess. Oh god. Okay, I'll do it. I'll do it. Maybe? Maybe not? Hee. I don't know. God, I really don't like this map now. This map is just something else. Ooh. Okay. Did I order this?
All right, loading back up.
I mean, of course I did. I'm okay. So something my favorite project had to drop by. Ooh. Is it the kobold? Is it the kobold? I mean, I do love kobolds. I wouldn't say I myself am one, but currently I'm not. I'm a snake currently. But mostly I'm a kobold. Mostly. So... One of the tests is for Deep Rock. Oh. Oh, so by project you mean this whole game? Oh shit. That's so cool though, oh my god. More than 5 years? Gosh, Deep Rock is that old? I didn't even realize. I mean, to be fair, I only started playing Deep Rock like last year, I think. Or late 2 years ago, I think. About here or there, more or less.
Bye-bye, you overgrown freak!
Like, I played Deep Rock a while ago. And then stopped. And then came back because there's like a Cobalt mod for this game, so yeah. The Cobalt mod made me came back to this game. I'm glad. Okay, blue caps. How do I even find? Nope, I'm not. I'm not even gonna find the blue caps. Nope, I'm skipping the blue caps. I'm not doing that.
The Molly and Mini Mollies are heading back. Remember, you can always deposit on the drop pod if you
should wait. Let's move it.
Excellent. All the mules are back in the pod. Now we just have to establish a connection to find out what's wrong with the thing.
A lot that don't feel bad. I kinda did feel bad a little bit for not playing. I mean, the game is fun by all means, but it's just like I'm more a fighting game person. But now they pull me back in with the mods. The mods are lovely, yeah. Like not only the common mods, there's like tons of mods out there. This one is just my personal favorite, along with all the TF2 voices.
You hit it with a hammer enough times and it started working? That sounds like a goblin tactic. Anyway, the uplink's working. We're trying to triangulate your positions, so please
Yeah,
stay in the
cheese.
zone. Please go back in the zone. Only a Gary couldn't figure this one out.
Cheese and egg.
Resupply ordered.
Why am I dying?
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself. Triangulation's only at 50%. Have you gone into a tunnel or something? We're getting bad reception.
Gotcha. Ammo taken. I feel rejuvenated.
Give me a Sally now.
Triangulation is 75%. You know, the reason we have a zone is for you to be inside of it.
I know, Tweak. I can just stay in one spot for too long. I'm gonna die.
Just what I needed.
Uh-oh. Stinky gas.
Deadly neurotoxin.
Stinky gas. Fuck, I forgot.
Just what I needed.
Nice, nice. I can't believe there's like two nitros that I didn't get. God. The colors are too similar.
A completely safe for work fuel cells have arrived. Get them connected to the drop pod.
Cheese, egg. Okay, enjoying the mods are meant to make it more fun. True, true.
Yep, I'm gonna need the mule. Nope, can't carry anymore. Okay, collecting ammunition. Yeah.
Hopefully that's enough for one more resupply. Oh, just right. Okay, good. Oh, okay.
Now that you've connected it to the drop pod, I guess you just have to hit the fuel cells with a hammer, because that couldn't go wrong.
God, around here? Kind of scary.
Resupply on its way.
Bullets and red sugar are on the way.
Playing DRG and no CT. Oh, are you from Malaysia?
Alright, the resupply's here. Everybody go get ammunition and sugar.
Or wait, no. I assume the CT you said. Oh. Thanks.
Check out this move.
I miss hanging around with them. God. Been a long time. Yeah, CT floor.
The fuel cells are starting up. You have to stay inside the radiation zone.
Okay,
I mean,
taking
protection
ammunition.
zone to keep them charging.
Feeling much better now.
Yeah.
We got enough ammo for all this, right? I don't care.
Fuel cells at 50%.
Good enough, good enough. Man, when I used to live in KL,
Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
they used to bring me around a lot, for dinners and everything, or just hanging around in general. Badminton and stuff.
The fuel cells are at 75%. That's a lot of radiation you've taken, but you're almost done.
Yeah, flow CT.
A dangerous bug-infested planet. Well, guess what? I am danger. Try jaw down.
Oh, of course it's gonna be an oppressor.
Deadly neurotoxin. Oh yeah.
You specifically are jeopardizing this mission. You need to stay near the fuel cell.
Okay, taking ammunition.
I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. I don't care, I don't care. Okay. Real.
The fuel cells are fully charged.
I am angry.
Just hold your ground as we boot up the pod.
Right.
The pod is starting its reboot. Oops, I shouldn't have touched
Yeah, that didn't do as much.
There's the adrenaline. Normally I'd prefer the warm showers back on the space rig, but hey, I'm not gonna say no to an on-the-worksite bathing.
Onboard mainframe translated to Gnomish. Oh wait, that's not right.
Oh yeah.
I live for this!
Oh my god, why there's so many oppressors?
Orbital trajectory. Man, I'm not good at math.
Come on, I had to. I feel fresh out of the egg.
Through the oppressor.
Powering radiation shielding. Not like that's gonna help much after standing near those fuel cells.
Never felt better.
Ecom operational. What's an ecom?
Breathe easy, you freaks! Crap, that was the last one I've got. I'll never get tired of killing you.
Buzzers calibrated and turned up to 11 just for you guys.
You bugs are nothing!
Oh, good god, there's so many.
And drop pods launched.
Going
Oh, wait,
in.
gotta wait for them. Damn it. Okay, well,
Okay.
get on board. We're gonna leave with or without you.
It's bedtime for me, but I'll stay lurking. Alright, appreciate. Thanks for the follow again. I'm pretty. I'm not even trying to. I'm not even like I'm not even trying to be energetic today, just because I am totally sleep deprived. But appreciate the lurk. Thank you. I'm just chilling today, like low energy and shit. Oh, moisturize? I will.
Emotional damage.
Why?
Assignment mission completed. You're performing well.
I just hope there's not gonna be any more thunderstorm like last night. spooky. Very spooky.
Point claimed.
I want to do deep dives. At the same time, I'm very afraid of doing deep dives. New upgrades now? This one sounds good. Looks good. Feels good. I'm taking this one. I'm gonna stand up for a little bit. Apparently being sleep deprived. Get that bone working, I guess. You know that feeling when your body is half asleep? You know? Like when you didn't get enough sleep and your body just like, I don't want to work, but you're forcing me to, so I give you 50%. that kind of feeling. Why is it more apparent this time? Yeah. All good. Yeah, I'm just gonna do the normal mission. What the fuck? Point extraction. What is point extraction again? Oh, Aquarks! Oh god, I'm gonna die. Let's do it! I don't care. Aquarks. I got this. I think. Oh no.
You're serious? Man, are you kobolds workaholics or something? Why don't we stop and have a beer or take a break or something?
No, we
Well, it was worth a shot.
we don't take a break, tweak.
Shit!
Shit! Very familiar, right? What, carrying heavy load? Yes, I need
Nothing
this.
puts a pep into my step more than the backbreaker stout. Gimme, gimme, gimme. Oh yeah, watch my tail sway.
Oh, it's already done. Thanks, Lloyd. Can I take all these?
Give me that script.
What? I can take all these? Is there more? No? Wow, there's so many script.
Beep beep, I'm a dwarf. I said beep beep, I'm a dwarf.
No. Buy that cobalt more. I guess I'll just take all these.
Had my cute little eye on you the moment I saw you in the cosmetic tree. My precious. Grabby, grabby! I plucked you from the cosmetic tree. Da-da-da-da!
All right, miners.
Okay, I already did this. Then I guess I'm ready. God, I cannot believe I'm gonna get the Aquarks. With Little Phage Outbreak, with constant spiders at my ass, I'm scared. Alright, here goes nothing.
Lady Luck be a jealous mistress.
Stay between.
Come on, brothers and sisters! Let's get psyched for this!
Level 11 driller. I'm the best. Or not.
It's no old wives' tale. We are
good
the
to be
golden
back.
scale. Rolling for dim sims. Wisdom.
We detected an area filled with quarks. We need you to bring it back. It's shiny and probably worth a lot of credits. We sent in a
It's
specialized
shiny.
heavy lifter to help
Oh
you out.
shit.
But we're expecting heavy resistance. Get it done.
Burn festively.
Do you call that a weapon?
Flee down. Nope. Still not good enough.
Hello? I just came in here? I saw a warden just now. Contingent Spike 1, Festive Fleece 10. Festive Fleece shouldn't be too hard, I think. I already killed one. I saw two out of the corner of my eye. Oh, was that Festive Fleece or Arcworks? Ooh.
That hit the spot.
Ooh. I think Bosco is to mine that one.
Time to put those claws to work, Bosco.
Come here, Sally.
I got that one.
Oh. It's nearby. What?
Just call me the exterminator. Yep, that's about all I can carry.
Oh, I forgot I have no molly.
Swarm! They're here!
That was quick.
Got the fleet. The bigger they are, the more holes you can pierce right through them.
Oh no. Really?
Heads up, meteors incoming. Stay out of the impact zones.
Every time, no. Okay, it's fine. Burn! Oh shit, I'm not saying that. Yeah, everything's fine, don't worry about it.
Ow, bad idea.
Swarm, how cute. Alright, let's deposit things.
Depositing.
It was here, I believe? I was here? It's like a bunch of nitra that I can mine. Oh. Is there more? Why is it still shiny? What is more? Nitra that high up?
Time to get mining.
You call that a weapon, son? I am having a heart attack. Nature.
I am having a heart attack.
One less Clifford.
Hi, Bosco. Kind of blocking my way there, Bosco.
No more.
Come and get it.
Not sure if you were truly alive, but now you're most certainly dead.
Too slow. It's kind of funny how these pests have become such a nuisance that miners actually get fined for ignoring these things.
Feels like I'm doing pretty good.
You know, I just remembered. Someone owes me lunch. Just gotta remember who it was.
And the longer meals on the diet, the less attractive sweets become. Is that good? I can't tell.
Neutralized. Another rockpox lift it down.
Please here. You can fight him if you want, but it's your funeral. Nowhere in the manual does it say kobolds were this crazy.
Resupply ordered.
Nitra has been withdrawn and a supply pod is inbound. Why are we accepting Nitra when they could be accepting credits?
Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. Passing gas. Come on, I had to.
I think the gas is really good. Makes it easier at least. Hmm. Yes, it's amazing.
Oh yeah! Now things are getting fun! Oh yeah! Oh, that one bursted like a... what's that condition that those puny flat snouts have? Stuff at the moment's gone.
Should be fine.
All right, loading back up.
And where did all the gold come from?
I don't think I'll ever get bored of exploring these tunnels.
Come here, Sally.
I'm gonna go back to where I was. I feel like I'm not. Yeah, I must have missed something there. Like that festive flea up there. Ah. And the nitrous here. Yeah.
Do you call that?
I should probably take care of the rock hawks first. Yeah.
I can't hold any more of this.
Really? Here?
You know, as scary
No.
as Hoxies can be, I'm just glad there's no bears here.
Oh, I forgot that the snake has glowy tail. Oh, that's so good though. Glowy tail. Gosh, glowy tail though.
And down goes another festive fleet.
Let's get down. Very distracting tail for a reason. For what reason though, I have no idea. Can you not? I mean, we have all seen hypnosis happening from eyes. How about hypnosis happening from tail? Ever thought of that? Tail hypnosis? How would I feel about that? Yeah.
Emotional damage.
Okay ka pala. Have good luck.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
The swarm's here. Time to be kobold.
Can't carry anymore.
Thanks for lurk. I'm just gonna get the nitro. God damn, ow, fuck.
Can't resist my cuteness.
Damn, Steve is strong. Okay, let me just mine all these nitro.
I don't got room for any more. Deadly neurotoxin. Oh yeah. Oh crap. Can't carry anymore.
It's a huge chunk of nitro.
Kill their rockpox larva.
Need to neutralize the contagion spike first, I think. It's getting a little bit much. Nice too. You know what they say about the situations? What they say about the situations? Gosh, the spooters are never ending. Really gonna be quick about this artwork soon. What do you do? Yeah, I don't. Okay, good. That works.
Oh yeah.
Hey, found a little page.
We need cleansing tools to get the job
Stand
done.
by. A cleaning pod is on its way. Well done. You did the thing you were supposed to do. It's like you were getting shinies for it or something. Hey, this stuff works for a kobold mess. It's probably gonna have no problem with that invention. So load up and let's get cleaning.
Deploying lithophone.
Oh boy.
Don't touch the rock box if you can avoid it. I'll be foaming the rock box boil. Get this crap off me!
Get gassed. That sounds wrong, but get gassed. Spooters.
Applying lithofoam on the rock box boils. Oh damn! The rock box got me!
Oh shit.
I knew I could count on you, Bosco!
I sell propane and propane.
I couldn't say it with a straight face!
I still propane.
No! No! No!
Works right on top of you.
Me!
Highly flammable gas! Yeah, I'm not kidding, be careful. Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar.
Boo!
Bosco! Help!
Boo!
You're always there when I need you, Bosco!
I hate rock box.
Oh, ammo things.
Resupply on its way!
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
Try to stop me! Alright, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need.
Is the warden?
Okay, collecting ammunition.
I'm taking it, okay.
Never felt better. Set him up, knock him dead, and I'm getting paid. Sit comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitters.
USA.
The warden ain't here to watch over you now, bugs. Ow, 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 ow.
Oh, that works a lot better than I
Loading
thought.
up for more destruction.
Only 2
I
times.
feel rejuvenated.
Okay. Okay, just need to fix this roof.
Disgusting!
Disgusting. Alright, do your thing, Bosco.
Foaming up the area.
Passing the gas.
Oh, thank goodness.
I wouldn't want to have touched any of it, but, you know, hopefully you're not affected.
Okay, at least that's it for the little face shit.
That's all I can fit in my bag.
Yeah. Can I mine things? Can I get Arquarks, please? Uninterrupted?
Bag's full. Can't carry anymore.
That's how many? Sansu, that's 5 of them. Gosh, I have to take them back. Ooh. Oh no!
No, don't stop! This is just too much fun!
Yeah, getting them shinies. They're my shinies. Even though I'm a snake right now, still love shinies. Shinies forever. How high up are we talking about? I can probably do this. That works.
Listen to those minerals go.
Ah, you fight like a block!
I love the smell of gunpowder.
Yeah, that's good enough.
Positions. The swarm is here.
A little fast, isn't it? I know I already did it, but it's fine.
You weren't buzzing quick enough to avoid that, now were you? That was the last one. No more grenades left. I feel fresh out of the ass. I mean, if you can. Cheers, Nick.
Oh, that's not my gas. Oh, that sounds wrong. Okay, where's the hole? Here, right? Yeah, just let me do this real quick. How many Arquarks now? Golden scales. Hi, Dragon Bee. Get drilled. Get drilled. I'm having a heart attack.
Today is a good day.
I bet you those other little Cliffords are so jealous right now.
Rock and stone. How you doing, Dragon? You kobolds then? Snake today? Kobold at heart? So true. I'm just too much for kobold, but I cannot not be a snake sometimes. Can I mine in peace for a little bit?
Music to my ears.
Alright, that's good enough. Got some awesome news in regard to the project. Face of Evil is back from his game jam and will be continuing his work on the models. Yes! That is awesome news indeed! Oh my god! Wait, I'm a snake though.
That's all? You're ridiculous!
Burn! Yep, yep. In the snake, yep. Yep, yep. Yep, yep. Yep. CP?
I can't hold any more of this. I don't got room for any more.
Just let me do this real quick. Get up. Come on. Don't even. Thanks. Oh.
That's it. I'm out of fuel.
I am having a heart attack. I'm sorry, but it's so good. It's time for me to start
This is
cooking up
our
my dinner.
lives. We live
Just wanted to
it
bring
and
you
we
that awesome
love it.
update. And I appreciate you bringing me that update. Gosh, that's good news. Working on the cobalt models again? Oh god. I am heckin' excited.
Easily the best job ever!
Honestly, can't wait for the for more of the voice acting for kobolds as well. Absolute good stuffs.
Steve, you're the best.
I'm still your friend. I think that's 7 arc arcs. Yeah, then that should be everything. Is that 7? Wait, there's only 4. Oh yeah, I
You're not
haven't...
munching on this tail.
There's a few that I haven't delivered yet.
The swarm's here. Time to beat Kobold.
Wow, there's so many artworks up there. Oh, oops, this is Steve. That's nice. Oh yeah, also might be a little bit late, but have good dinner, dragon.
Oh yeah! This is the line! I'll remember you, Steve! Forever!
Should be good, should be good. Let's transport the other ones.
Yeah! There's the adrenaline!
Yeah, that's 7.
I've missed you too, Hoxies!
Whoa, whoa. Oh, Steve. No, Steve. That works.
Resupply on its way.
All right, one last one.
On the way. Oh, and I know the beacon is shiny, but stay away from it.
Resupplies here. Everybody load up and patch up.
Oh boy.
You are a spineless worm.
Come on! I've got plenty to spare! That one's for Quartomac! And depositing minerals.
Objective completed. Press the button on the
Nice.
mule and we'll send in the drop pod. What do you mean they don't have
Okay,
a mule?
okay, taking ammunition.
I guess just push whatever big red button you have then.
That feels good. Ooh.
The mine head's been launched. We just need to count the contents before we send the drop pod. You know what they say, money first, employees later.
Still my favorite.
Sorry to pass gas! Yes, say my name! Yeah, you're a badass. Natural selection, Slithead!
I feel like the gas grenade just make Driller a lot more fun.
Oh, you see? Even a glyphin can be cute.
Done me proud, boys.
He wiggles so cutely when you pat him like this.
Freedom, maggot. War is hell. Freedom isn't free.
War is hell, freedom's and free. I just shoot its head.
Drop pod's on the way. As soon as I figure out how to land it.
It's your old friend, Deadly Neurotoxin!
The drop pod's arrived, waiting for takeoff.
Let's go.
Drop pod departing in 3 minutes.
did that. Oh yeah. Even without my dark vision, you're too easy to hit.
Hello, can you climb? Thanks.
Highly flammable gas. I'm not kidding. Be careful. From the teeth of Cliffage, thank you very much. Passing the gas. Out of grenades.
Ooh, stinky. Stinky.
Mission accomplished. We're bringing you home.
Suck on that. It has to be done. It has to be done.
Yeah,
Sometimes it
the
has to be
gas,
done.
the gas is so strong. The gas is so heckin' strong. It pretty much just carried me all the way, to be honest. Oh, I realized, I just realized something. Yeah. Let me disable, like, there. I was like, there's some weird lighting going on. Sorry for the screen flashes constantly. No, because I felt the light is like having weird effect. Yeah, less shiny. But at least the eyes are still, well, quote unquote the eyes, still shiny.
Job done. Keep at it and you'll make it through.
Nice hood. Oh, nice. It burns. Bleeding terror every second that it's in your flame. Oh. Sticky flame duration increase. More fuel? More fuel? Nothing beats a good old more fuel.
Worked my tail off for this.
Okay, one less pickaxe to hit. I'm driller. I don't need that. Anything else here? No? Okay. Industrial sabotage as a driller? Really? I don't think I can gas. I don't think I can gas robots. I don't think I can. Nah, I'll figure a way to do it. Oh, actually, I need to go to toilet. I feel the need of toilet. Let me mute the game real quick and let me open up some music as well. Just because I don't. Yeah, I'm gonna go toilet for real quick. Remember this? I think this one's still here. Oh. If it works, it works. I don't think I want to open up the jazz music because I got copyright strike once on YouTube. Oh shit. Oh yeah, Street Fighter 6 characters can be very cursed. This one's still good. I'll make it full volume. Lupin? Okay, good. Okay, then I'll be right back real quick. Actually, let me enable this as well. Why not, right? Toilet brick. Put it here. Oh, actually no. Put it here. Nah, my eyes are too bright. Alright, I'll be right back real quick. Okay, okay. Sorry about it took longer than usual. Oh god. I had a bit of stomach issues. Keep it that way. But yeah, I'm okay now. I was imagining of Fleet being a Rebels of Aether 2 character. Where's Artemis? I mean, I'm glad Fleet is there, but Artemis, please? Like, can I maybe get Artemis? That would be great. Yeah, I'm doing better now. But I feel like... I thought I injected. Did I not? Yeah, X-List. You know what? I know this is probably... But I feel like my blood sugar is really high right now. I'm gonna do some correction dose real quick. Yeah, this should be good. Just a second. Okay. Ooh, alright. All good. That's weird because, I mean, I didn't change what I eat too much. I always eat the same thing, so that's why the dose. And like I didn't change my dose as much because I mean, I've been eating the same thing pretty much every day. Like, honestly, me as a person, I can eat the same thing if it's to my liking. I can just keep eating it for years. Right, for years, I can do that. Yeah, it just happens sometimes. It's weird. Hopefully this correction dose fixes it. It's obvious because I'm not feeling good. I feel like I feel a little bit like vomit tendencies happening. That's why it's like a little bit off. So it's obviously blood sugar being very high. And for whatever reason. Okay, okay.
I hope you all know that all the shinies you collect down there are property of DRG. Like, you do realize that, right? And you're still in a rush? Okay.
At least I didn't wait until like...
Oh, crap.
It's best not to wait until I feel muscle pain. When I feel muscle pain, then that might be a little bit too late. It's not like too late, but yeah, I'm gonna suffer for it. Like the aftermath of having severe hyper symptoms. It's not gonna be pretty. I'm probably gonna lie on bed for a long time. It happened to me a bunch of times back then. It's not fun. Do I have Molly? I don't know if I have Molly in Industrial Sabotage. Because if I do, fighting alongside Molly with this skill is pretty good. Like the 20% damage reduction flat, it's pretty good. Yeah, never wait for the symptoms. It'll be too late. It hurts. But deep pockets though. Deposit valuables into the meal and other deposit points 40% faster. Sure. I mean, not being able to carry more is a little bit painful. But it's fine. Okay, going in.
Rolling for concentration. Guys, look at alien. Ah!
Jeffrey, hi. Like this avatar? It's my Snake character. Think you have Molly with you on this? Okay, good. Because if I don't have Molly, then that skill might... Well, that perk might be a bit of a waste. Also, how you doing, Jeffrey? Welcome, welcome. Thanks. I like this model as well. I have the Snake and Kobold. Snake and Kobold is pretty much my favorite currently. I have 4 characters.
Golden scales shall prevail. Let's show DRG how the kobolds do it. Yeah, I know. Slap the dice for good luck. I remember the tradition. I haven't forgotten.
Apparently a rival has moved in on Hoxies. We're sending you in to destroy their facilities and get their data. And before you start pointing fingers, this isn't Goblin tech. When have you ever seen goblins use AI this advanced? I mean, our stuff would have exploded.
Molly, come here.
Okay, this Molly, this Molly. Oh, thank goodness this Molly. Yeah, I deposit mega fast now.
Loot bug down.
I'm a little afraid. Like, why am I going against... Why am I going against an industrial sabotage as a driller? A bad idea, but... Oh, good. I forgot to change the gas into the axe. I think the axe is gonna help a lot here. Brr. It's okay. I got this. Thrust a bit.
Yeah, I know you're a hungry girl.
Whoa, nothing up here? To drill the pants above their heads? To do drill what? I don't want to drill their pants above their head though. Do they even have heads? Probably. Huh. There's dirt path here as well? This one must be on the other side, feels like. Okay, I'll go back to the previous third path on the buff. Oh. Can't destroy these? Nope. Oh god.
I ain't afraid of no turrets. No more pushing my buttons.
Oh. Fire is so good against the robots? Oh, what? I don't know why that made me jump.
Yip yip, I'm a squid. I said yip yip, I'm a squid.
Yip goes for a squid? I mean, I'm not gonna judge. At this point, yip is a universal language.
Gotta love that sound.
I can mine that nitro. Ooh. I just broke my mic. Sorry.
You'll need to disable the force field before you can access the data vault. You have to find the power stations powering it and shut them down.
I got the loot bug for golden nitra, as well as the byproduct of guilt.
It has to be done for the nitro.
Just when I thought things were getting boring. as scary as Hoxies can be, I'm just glad there's no bears here. Part of my soul leaves me for each time. What have you done to me, Deep Rock? I'm already in need for another beer. You've made me addicted!
Caw. Get the caw noises. I'm so glad. There's like so many different kind of yip noises. Hi, Mooney.
Here's your second helping.
How you doing? Welcome. Okay, what am I doing? Okay, I came from there. I cannot bear to kill another loot bug. Hurts. It hurts. I don't want to do it. Two cables on the same place? Oh god, I still have to... I keep forgetting I have this. This is such a good bomb. I can take it back, right?
This shit is dangerous.
This shit is dangerous. Yeah, I can take it back. That's just a terrible place for a nitro.
Can you help me dig this out? Die, worthless crystal!
What is that sound?
Oh no! What do I do? Oh, I know! Keep shooting! Smash the worthless thing!
Now I'm getting hungry? I think today is just a weird day in general. No, it's still super early. And to be honest, I just ate, well, quote unquote, breakfast. Not too long ago. I don't know if you guys ever had that kind of feeling when it's like you just have like a very sudden craving of a certain food that you want, and then your body just shakes a little bit. Oh, well, not really shake maybe, then just like shivers. Yeah, I think shiver is the right word.
Oh, la-dee-da! I completed a secondary objective just to get some extra shinies. Maybe a boop on the snoot or something.
Boop on the snoot? The craving is normal, but not about shiver. I have that feeling. Like sometimes when I crave for some sort of when I crave for food, I sort of shiver for whatever reason, I don't know. Uh-oh.
Get off of my land, first turret!
Ooh. So when I build up the sticky flame, they just explodes. That's really strong. So flamethrower is really good against the boss then, I feel like. At least it's gonna do massive damage. Hmm. Oh shit, what is that? Guess.
Gassing them out! I call that a happy customer! Hope you got a good look at me!
What, that thing's just gone. How am I supposed to get that thing? That thing's tough and fast.
I'm loaded up. Where's Molly? Come on, girl. Move it.
Loot bug. You can only kill him. Hmm? Hey, Bartleby. Gold 99? Wow. I mean, I kind of want to.
Deposit time.
Kind of want to because didn't sleep well last night. Thunderstorm was scary. But no. I want to deep rock. Wait, I'm a snake currently. I'm not really a kobold. I am a kobold at heart. Then go to sleep? No. Deep rock though. Bonk.
Yeah, golden nitro! Nah, no more room. Look at the deposit side of things, right?
Bonk.
I'm doing my part.
That's the thing that I did hack, right? It says type. Oh, okay. Where is it?
More accurate? Sure. More deadly? Nah. I hold that title.
One extra pair of pairs of oh, multiplayer? It's been a while. Oh god. Sure. After this one. Whoa. I'll be playing as driller, no more engineer for now. As much as I love engineer, you know, without being able to aim, like I don't need to aim to play well as engineer. Wait, unless you're a driller. Aiming is overrated.
Come on, put a pep in your step, Molly.
Sounds about right. Heavy is gunner? Oh god. Ah, okay, okay.
Yeah, bring the noise. Fuck.
I kinda want that nitra. Let me just destroy your home. Don't worry about it. A driller privilege. You are a spineless worm.
Come on, you cranks, just give up already.
Yeah, without platform it's still kinda hard, isn't it? How do I even get up? Uh-oh.
Look, the position of cuteness has already been taken.
Oh, trying the 64 nitra? Dude. Okay, I just need to do this, right?
Molly, here, now. And a little closer to our quota.
Ow.
I'd like to place an order for a hacking pod, please.
Roger that. Hacking pod is launched and on the way.
Oh, you know what I just realized? Whenever I use the drill, it has like 0 degrees, 45 degrees.
The hacking pod has
Oh,
landed. Hook it up to the power station so the hacking can begin.
that is so far. Oh, get
I'll
drilled.
shred you to pieces.
Get drilled. Shiny. Burn!
You're terminated, mother trucker!
Fucking pieces!
There we go.
And hacked! What I tell you guys, play enough War Farm, you can hack anything!
Not bad.
Yeah, golden nitra! But at what cost?
Still hurts me to kill Lootbug.
Watch out, dwarves! The kobolds are rising!
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely possible. Okay, it's easier. Yay! Maybe not. He gets incredibly tired too. Don't know why I had my full 5 hours. Maybe yesterday is just like a weird day in general. Don't know, but gosh.
Dunny craters! I think I just lost a tooth in there. Yeah.
I think this is enough.
Come on, teamwork! Go teamwork! Yeah.
Oh, that's not as far as I thought. Okay, nice. Hmm? Hmm? Oh, I think it's my patrol bot doing it. Not enough? I'll just grab a new one. Safe to say I can just throw them. Ooh, get Molly. I'm gonna cry. Okay.
Come on, guys, I want this over with as much as you do.
That works.
Connection established. Time to get that nerd to work. And no, I'm not talking about Gary.
Oh, not this one.
Resupply ordered.
Supply pods on the way. Oh, and I know the beacon is shiny, but stay away from it.
Time to fry some servers, Axie.
Our hacking drone Axie is hacking a hack into the hackable target.
All right, loading back up.
This should be good. Oh wait, that's my patrol bot.
Hey, I thought you guys could protect a stationary target.
It's so safe. Is it bad terrain? Oh, it did.
Axie's under attack. You gotta protect him.
Get burned. Here they come.
Hey, Gary, don't push that button. Aw, dang it. The drone stopped hacking. Can you restart it?
It's just embarrassing. Crack the bugs forced him back into his shell. Come on, Axie, get your tail back out here.
Hacking commencing again.
Nice.
Good work, team. Now let's go find the second power station.
Ammo taken.
You know what could be the most terrifying thing to face?
Crunchy.
It'd be an opposing dwarf group? Oh shit. Kobolds or dwarf, huh? Yeah, that would be very terrifying, to be honest. Wouldn't want to see that. Okay, the two of the cables were pretty close together just now, if I remember correctly. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Dwarves would win? Probably? How could you, Barnaby? How could you? At least if they were Warhammer dwarves. Warhammer? Are they like different kind of dwarf? Question mark? In the Warhammer lore, dwarves have helicopters and guns. Oh, okay. You know what? Then that's a fair point. Dwarves would win that one, it feels like. E? Wait, this time Molly? Molly, great. Kinda. What? Do I have to somehow follow it? What am I doing? Is it here? And kobolds will need numbers, though it's not impossible. There's a lizardman race and they can ride dinos? Well, they win. Lizardmen and dinos? God. Oh shit. Goodbye world. Wait, they start from here.
Oh yeah, feeling much better now.
Do I have to follow that light? Oh, wait, I've never been here. Why?
Keep this up, we're gonna beat the record of those dwarfs. This is our lives. We live it and we love it.
Oh. This one might be a little bit hard. Why am I doing this? It's too far. There we go.
Sniper turret down! Shove off!
Oh, there's so many things to mine here. Alright.
Move your butt over here and hurry, please! All this multitasking and we're still this efficient? Yep, I'd say one of us is definitely on the road to becoming an Watcher.
Let's do the thing.
Please, sir, may I have a hacking pod?
Roger, sending in another hacking pod now. Hacking pod in position. Let's get it hooked up to the power station, team.
That's so far away? Oh. Burn! Nice too.
You have been officially outmoded.
More?
I love the sound of that.
Hacking pod, hacking pod. Oh, there it is, okay. Oh, that's very close, nice. Burn, baby, burn. It's like Mega Man X7 Flame Hyena says, burn to the ground. Oh, wait, what? That work? No? Too steep? Too far?
These transmitter nodes are as light as a feather. My left butt cheek they are!
Because you're smoking the other. Wow. Wow, Barnaby, wow. I cannot believe it. Just dishing out his compliments. This should work. Gosh, imagine having heckin' cheese. That'll be great. I'll make do. It's not enough? Uh-oh. The sun's shining directly in my face again.
Connections established. Time to wake up, Haxie.
Resupply on its way!
Gosh,
Extra shiny supply
300
pod.
nitros? That's good enough. Is there 4 gas
Resupply pod is
grenades?
here. Everybody collect ammunition.
The hack has begun. You gotta protect Haxie, though. He's a little bit of a weak nerd.
Weak nerd. Hyroxes.
Whoa, you smell that? Payday. Sit comfortably while I warm up.
Keep the hacking drone secure.
Oh yeah, I forgot that flammable.
It's your old friend, Deadly Neurotoxin. Tired of this?
Steve!
Follow me, Steve. We're gonna kick some tail.
Smell box and stinky? Well, too bad I'm not. Hehe.
That hit the spot. Yeah, it's you and me against the world.
Hacking drone under attack. Gary, stop cheering for the bugs. What's wrong with you this mission? This drone can't hack as long as there are bugs around. He's programmed like Doretta. He's scared of bugs, okay?
Passing gas! Come on, I had to. And another one back.
Hacking drone reactualizing.
You got the power gas, Hexy. Easy.
Both power stations are down. The vault should only be shielded with emergency power now. Get back there and let's find out who's behind all this.
I've got plenty to spare.
Alright, good enough. Let's go fight the
Okay,
bears.
taking ammunition. Just what I need. Okay, collecting ammunition.
Oh, I forgot I have this again. Okay, time to go back. If I remember how to go back. Oh, okay. Oh no, really?
Ha! Go back to crying to Skynet! What are even the purpose of these things?
Alright, long range weapon, I only have pistol. I have good short range. The drill. Flamethrower? I could try a flamethrower against these things. Alright, since I'm gonna be running around, I'll just put like supply drops.
Resupply ordered.
Supply drops everywhere.
In a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait. It's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
There you go.
Resupply ordered.
Bullets and red sugar are on the way.
Long range
Resupplies
use
here.
fist.
Everybody load up and patch up. Popping out the battery. All right, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need. I'm smashing the power cell. Is this working?
One more.
Field is down, but that's only the start of the defenses. The caretaker's gonna be on to you, and he's gonna be mad.
Let me try it.
I sell
I know
propane.
the supply pod's shiny, but try not to catch it with your face.
I'll sell propane. I'll sell
Everybody load
propane.
up and patch up.
Who the heck is that?
Aim for anything glowing and uncovered.
Wow, the fire is so strong. Okay. Flamethrower is the way to go.
Oh yes, say my name. Sorry to pass gas.
Dang it.
Now's our chance. Shoot the eye.
Burn! Gas, which is pretty useless. Oh fuck. Explosion.
You're not the only thing on patrol down here.
Ice. What am I doing?
Oh yeah, give the little guy some sugar. For casing shed sakes! Now we got shredders!
This is how you use pistols, right? Oh god.
The eye is open! Shoot the eye!
Woo.
Yeah! Painting the whole cave with your blood! Fuck!
Oh god. I think this is working way better than I thought. Because the flamethrower is so good against these things.
The caretaker's teleporting phase bombs! Move!
Oh god. Why am I getting surrounded by bombs again?
A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here. Feeling much better now.
Mmm. I was too close. Uh-oh.
The eye! Shoot the eye! Deadly neurotoxin! Oh yeah!
Don't know why I'm doing that, but might as well throw it out, right? Oh, the explosion!
Breathe easy, ya freaks!
Okay, where's the eye?
You're in Cobalt territory now!
More?
Yeah, keep coming at me! I'm sure it will work eventually! This one's just for you, fluffy dwarves! Rocket Stone! Check it out, rivals! Your biggest defense up for more destruction! Could not even keep away Cobalts!
I am very surprised. The flamethrower is working too well against this boss. And I mean, too well. What's the inside? What's the inside? Oh.
We got it! Oh, hey guys, you want to see Molly with a sexy big rat? Down! Oh, by the way, have we figured out what the mission control is really missing out?
Excellent. We got the data, and the vault is destroyed. Our rivals would regret setting foot on Hoxie's, except they won't have any data to tell them, because we stole it.
It was a lot more easier than I thought. Alright.
Drop pod inbound. Stand clear.
Right, at least as a driller, I don't have to be afraid of not reaching the drop pod in time. Because I'm driller. I can drill. Easy.
Drop pod has arrived. Retrieving the mule.
Go, Molly, go!
Drop pod departing in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
Go, Okay, I should have expected that, did I? Okay, fine. Have some gas.
Comfortably while I warm up the neurotoxin emitter blowing shit up. Hey, last cobalt to the drop pod owes me lunch.
I'm just gonna run. Don't worry about it.
Passing gas. Come on, I had to. Gassing them out. Highly flammable gas. I'm not kidding. Be careful.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
I cannot see this. Sorry, I need this. Well, it's a mineral.
The money is secured. Now we can initiate the
Alright,
launch
now I can
sequence.
go.
Hopefully you get on before we leave.
Resupply ordered.
Here, have a supply pod
Actually,
on
one
me.
last thing.
And buy on me, I mean on you. And buy on you, I mean give me your nitra.
One last thing for funsies. I threw too many grenades.
All right, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need. Okay.
I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Ow, fuck!
Never felt better.
Slasher? Alright, now we're good to go. Just need to
Passing
spice
the
things up a
gas.
little bit.
That's all the grenades I've got.
There we go. Mmm.
Departing in 3 minutes. Why can't we launch again?
Delicious.
You're the Union. Retrieving
Mmm.
the escape pod. I guess we'll send in the
I'm gonna
next
close the
clean portal
curtains.
later.
My eyes hurt. I guess being sleep deprived makes you more sensitive towards the sun. Okay. That was almost an hour. Okay. I just wish there's no more thunderstorm tonight. Just want to have a good sleep.
Well done, you're almost there. When you finish, we can go gnome hunting. Oh, don't worry, Gary. You'll be there.
Still don't know what to do with perks. Do I just on all of them for funsies? I mean, I guess I can do
That's
it.
the perk I wanted. Had my eyes on this perk. Now it's all mine.
No, now I feel bad. Maybe don't do that. What a baka? No. Wait, I'm a snake. I'm a snake with cobalt and heart. Don't worry about it. Oh yeah, what do I need to do again?
Oh, for sakes. Do you double-jointed dragon simping even know how much work this is going to be to clean up?
Escort duty? Oh, it's been a long time since I last did a protected drill dozer. And then collecting fossils? Stormageddon? Oh, god damn it. What is this? A tsunami of glyphid swarmers? God, fucking... Ooh.
Phase Unite, you're my outside might.
Then I don't need the dark Mokite then. I need this.
Yeah, turn it up.
Hey, you?
Gold and scales. Oh crap.
Oh,
Here we go.
oh, I forgot. I forgot. To invite, to invite. I should. My brain. God. Okay. Give me a moment. I almost went to the quest, or I almost went quest mission. Mission quest. 50%. Yep. Is it okay to use my Discord channel for this, Barnaby? I'll be in gaming. We gaming. Hopefully I changed the thing. Yeah, should be good. I think. Alright, I mean gaming. Oh, I saw you. I forgot to enable the Discord group thing. Voice mod booting. Okay, okay. Oh, using voice mod? Voice mod's great. Do you want to look this way or do you want to look that way?
I'll let you decide.
On the middle side?
Yeah.
Let's have both of us facing the same way. There. Look at that. I got a plushie.
Also, I'm very sad. I still can't get the Resident Evil 4 remake to work.
The what?
The Resident Evil 4 remake.
Oh shit. Is it like Is it like too much for your PC?
No, my PC's fine. It literally just crashes on startup.
Oh.
And I can't return it because the boyfriend got it for me.
Oh shit. Is there a way to force it to work or something?
I had a thing before I was doing where I could run it. I could force it into windowed mode, hold the window, wait for the intro to play through, then go through the menu and adjust it. But that wasn't working, so I don't know now. I don't. So yeah.
That's
So
gonna
I put up a poll in the.
Yeah, then that's tough. I mean, Resident Evil 4 remake too.
Yeah.
Okay, can you just join my room?
I think so. Yeah, I can.
Oh wait, I have invite friends. Oh wait, you're here.
Yay.
Yay! Look at that.
Points.
That's a good ping.
Wow.
Hi. Look who's not a kobold.
Listen, you're a baka. All there is to it.
Okay, fine.
Alright.
You wanna help me do my assignment thing? I have one last one.
Sure.
Oh, it's a protected drill dozer. We got this.
Oh yeah.
Yuan has a 3 or 4.
Probably 3.
Alright.
I'd say if we had someone else, we could do 4.
Yeah. Oh, unless I'm using engineer. I think my engineer is okay. Kinda.
Touch the dice, touch the dice, slap the dice. Slap the dice.
You slapping the dice? Wow. How could you?
To be fair, I would hope our ping is okay, considering.
I mean, should be fine. Yeah, look, it's 84 ms. That's perfect.
Yeah. We're not halfway around the world.
Goodbye, world.
Oh. Hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my alum. My ragtime gal.
Oh, is the blue one is a level? I played this game too much.
What a Billy.
Look at that, 24 and 14.
Wait, did you not prestige?
My druider hasn't prestiged ED yet,
Oh, okay.
but my engineer did.
I just played. Oh, okay. I just play Gunny. That's why I prestige.
Yeah, fair. I just kind of want to try out the drill.
I get you.
I want to drill things, and apparently I can drill spooters. So, oh wait, Lex here. You heard nothing, Lex. It's fine. I'm definitely not drilling spooters.
Legs go to bed.
No. or yes, I don't know. My game's stuck. Uh-oh.
But I'm glad it's stuck for you as well. I'm guessing it's being hosted through you because I'm just on an infinite loading screen.
Oh, so I guess my PC's dying.
Oh no.
To be fair, I don't think my PC can handle this game with 3D, but I don't know why it's working, but now it just died? Question mark? I don't know. How? No, Lexi. Oh, my game just crashed.
Well. Yep, there we go. Lost. Okay, so it was on your end.
What the fuck? How do you have high
Legs,
numbers?
we couldn't get Res 4 remake to work again.
How you doing, Lex?
All in the Discord.
Okay, what I do? Just try again.
Alright, you can join me if you want this time.
Oh yeah, okay.
We can do a different quest.
I can quote unquote help you
Yeah,
with
exactly.
the biggest quote unquote ever.
Legs, do you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna give you a hug. Can't stop me.
Hey yo, where's mine?
You didn't ask for a hug, sweetie.
No,
Do you
I'm
want
not
one?
marrying a Glyphid.
Crap, you're right.
Oh, it's just a drink. Oh, thank good. Oh shit! Did anyone hear that?
All right, I'll give you a hug. You get one free hug.
Yeah. For free? Gosh.
I know.
I'm just gonna join your game.
All right.
I'm just waking up.
Ooh. Very fancy.
I will tame the terrain of Hoxies.
Deep dives available only to teams of promoted miners. Okay.
Oh,
Actually,
you want deep dive? You want deep?
I don't know what they are, but I unlocked it relatively recently.
I can try. Wait, let me just lower down the graphics a little bit so that my PC doesn't die again.
Alright. Step FOV of 1.
Oh, resolution scale 0. Look at this. I'm not wearing glasses anymore.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit. Perfect.
Wait.
Okay,
Perfect.
let me change to engineer. Oh my god, what the fuck am I looking at?
Just some metal, nuts, bolts, microchips.
You're looking at a masterpiece?
Kinda.
Got yourself a sentry turret.
Alright. We ready?
Wait, Breach cutter.
Ew, why would I want a lead-powered minigun? Get out of here.
I'm pretty sure I can see well with this. Oh, what if I disable anti-aliasing? Oh shit.
Does it make yip noises, or do you make them?
A bunch of people did. I just sort of like, I have a yip noises channel on Discord that people can submit their yip noises, so I'll put them here. Some of them are mine.
Good robots like you always deserve love, Lloyd.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll probably do one mission, and then I'll whatchamacallit. I'm gonna try and get Discord working.
Alright.
At Discord.
Come on already! I want to get going.
I'll try and get the song requests working. Community of Yeepers.
There's one call in there, but don't worry about it.
There's one what?
Call. Burp noises.
Listen, birds are naturally really. They're like the distant cousins of kobolds. True.
Oh, multiplayer they sing?
Oh.
That's kind of cute.
Oh, this is.
I'm scared.
Okay.
Jeez.
Okay, well.
Why are we doing it?
Where's the egg?
Platform created.
We gotta collect 6 eggs and get more kite. I don't really care if we do the secondary objective, so don't worry about it.
Hey. Wait, are they secondary? I thought we need to do all of them.
The more kite one is secondary, I think. At least I thought it was.
I mean, it's at the second row.
Sentry gun placed, ready to be built.
There's so many things to mine here.
And
Swarm already? Wow. Oh wait, there's an O2 meter. I forgot. Right, deep dive. Oh, that's gonna be fun.
I haven't got room for any more.
Oh god.
What is going on?
So what difficulty is deep dive?
Wait, it says my O2 is in danger? My
Yeah,
O2?
you have to stand. You have to come near the machine right over here.
Oh shit! I didn't know. I was like, what the hell is that
That's what the deep
noise?
dive is.
Oh my god! Okay.
Oh god.
Hi. So I need to get to the O2 thing?
Yeah, there you go. Hold on.
Okay, I'm just gonna go there real quick, I guess.
When you're near Molly, she gives you the O2.
Oh!
And,
So Molly works as well. Okay, okay.
yeah.
So I guess we need to stick together for this one?
Kinda, yeah. Or at least relatively close.
Mm-hmm.
Main thing is just finding the supply drops. Not supply drops, getting stuff for the supply drops and getting the egg. Trying to figure out where the does it just kind of go down? Ow. Oh god.
What's going on?
Oh god.
I'm coming.
It's fine. At the drop.
We got Sonic.
Go.
Let's find and destroy the brood nexus hatching time.
Oh god. Oh dear.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Give me a second. I'm coming.
Shields recharged and ready to use.
I did a revenge.
Hi.
Hello.
And thus, this
Delicious
will be the
goof.
moment this kobold did not die.
Okay. We do have to kind of find where the egg, the fucking egg is.
Oh shit!
Somewhere.
Molly, I need you here.
Where does this tunnel go?
No
Where's this-
idea.
We gotta locate and destroy the brood nexus, or we will have glyphid spawns on our tail forever.
Okay, I'll go back for Molly.
I'm
Over here,
following Molly.
Real quick. Molly! Molly!
I'm Molly second.
Get Molly number 2.
Everything's going dark. And down it goes.
Delicious sweet oxygen. Considering kobolds mostly live underground,
Oh, we
do they
have,
even breathe oxygen?
Need some help here?
maybe they need.
Or
Molly! Honestly, Deep
Yep.
Rock needs to do some tweaking to your pathing AI or something. I don't know.
egg? Where is egg?
Egg.
Give me egg. Egg? Egg?
Suck on that!
Egg. Found it.
Oh my god, that egg was so loud. Egg. Big swarm? Hmm. We got this.
Smash! Smash and shatter!
Actually, you got this.
Oh, here's another egg.
Nice. I'll put my sentry
Sentry
here.
placed. Time to set it up.
Oh, actually, I might be able to get 2.
Egg.
Sentry up! Let it rip!
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
Depositing!
I'll press it.
Oh,
Come on! Do I really look like them? Yeah! How's that
Yeah.
feel? You grew all that armor?
Nice, nice, nice.
oh god.
Getting screamed by Heavy. I love mods.
Listen, legs. Eggs are a very good natural part. Oh god.
Down it goes!
Eggs are a very good part of the diet. Oh, sorry.
You around at the abyss bar!
I'll give you a shield.
Shields up!
There you go.
Use it!
Thanks for the shield. Why there's so many oppressors?
Oh my god. Eggs are yummy legs.
I am angry.
Idea of being oppressive, Glyphid! Let's just download depressing!
Yeah, they're so angry. Oh god.
Gosh, never
Yeah, they're
ending.
so angry.
Reloading!
Ow, ow.
Someone's getting webbed. Oh, I found Steve.
It's okay. There's some red sugar. I'll take one. If you want to take the other.
You can have it.
Let's do this.
Another one of the eggs.
Nice. I found Nitra.
Ooh, thanks. Nom 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 nom. Indeed. Molly! Molly!
Platform set, sturdy, and ready.
There we go.
Yeah, shit.
Molly, give me that sweet O2.
My O2 is
Oh no!
Where'd you go?
I went through the tunnel that was right by the one we went through.
I freaking hate CO2.
Oh shit. I'm getting that by O2.
Oh no. Don't worry, I'll come back.
Hey, egg.
Oh, alright. Egg.
Egg.
I need a better death than
Alright,
this.
I'm coming. I'm coming. Oh, they're coming too. Oh, they're coming and I don't like them.
Hi. I have my Steve here.
What's that? There we go.
Oh, I just shot cheese.
Oh, we actually have almost the amount of Morkite we need. That's kind of surprising.
Yeah.
Why oppressors? Why always oppressors? Why not suppressors?
Suppressor. I'm calling Molly.
Oh, you put. Oh, I brought Molly up here. Hold on. I'll bring it down here for you.
Oh, hi, Ion. Legs being stinky.
Meh. Legs white being stinky.
Legs stinky.
All right, our present's here.
Legs white being a stinky little baby.
All right, loading back up.
Oh, the resupply has O2.
For my friend here.
Yeah.
Feeling much better now.
Okay. So now we just need the other two. I don't know where they are, but
Okay, shields charged up again.
guessing they're in that tunnel that I was in.
Whoa, the two eggs are so far away.
Oh, right. I forgot you can just see them on the map.
Yeah. But then Morkite
Listen.
might be a bit of a problem. Or not, I found Morkite, okay. I found Morkite.
Ooh. Molly. Molly, come on. Molly, you're almost here.
I'm not calling Molly. I have a resupply pod here I can refill.
No, I know. Molly was taking a little bit too much time.
Molly's too tanky. I'll try to go for the one below.
I'm just kind of mining in whatever direction.
I'll call one resupply. Not enough. Okay, it's fine.
Listen, this is my art, okay? Don't worry about it.
Deposit time.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Cheese.
Where is that old girl? Molly!
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform out.
Morning gas?
Oh, that's far. Okay. What do you mean too steep? How dare you, game? Nothing is too steep for my zip lines.
All necessary Morkite collected. Why do they need more kites?
Hold on the zip line.
Oh god. I survived?
I think.
Oh, no, help.
If you bucks can't kill kobolds, then players will throw in the towel. You're done. So long, fellas.
Where the heck is Molly? Molly!
Cheese.
Access provided.
I tried getting to the location.
Cheese.
Platform.
I'm here.
Alright. It's up there.
Shields recharged.
Ooh, that's very high up. I could try to platform myself up there.
I had a zip line up there, but
Oh no,
knocked
it's
me
like
off.
straight up. That might be a bit of a
Yep.
problem.
Cheese.
Platform set and ready to use.
Let me try to jump back to where I was.
Okie dokie. Is there seriously none? Wait, there is one. It's... What? You know what? I don't understand where this one is. Moldy.
You wanna try going for the one below?
Alright. I don't see where it is. I can't see.
Oh, you cannot see. It's like super. Wait, you are so close to it now.
Oh god.
Okay, the top one. It's here.
Like I don't see the actual thing.
You gotta look harder for the eggs.
Oh, what on earth is that? Glyphid Brood Nexus. Well, I think I found out where it is.
Nexus? That's like a.
Hi.
The nest. Okay, this might be a bit of a problem.
Yeah, I found out where it was. It was right past the Brood Nexus.
Nice.
Oh god, I need Molly.
You found egg?
Alright, I got the last egg as well. Sorry, you have the last egg then.
I'm gonna try to get to the last one, but it's like.
Do you call that a weapon?
Steve! No!
Okay, there we go.
Oh god.
There Barnaby goes again. Drugs are not the answer, Barnaby. Listen, drugs are always the answer.
Your appendages to yourselves.
Alright. And if I ever play Fallout 3 again, I will just do it where I exclusively play drugs.
Drugs?
I play where I exclusively take drugs.
That's kinda scary.
Listen, nothing scary with the right. Oh god.
Why is that egg in such a weird.
Down, bugs! What you gonna do now?
I hate the roly-polies. I hate the roly-polies so much.
You mean Snek?
Oh, there we go.
What's right over there?
Wee. Sonic, he can really move.
I'm gonna call for Molly.
Alright, that's fine. I'm gonna call for a supply drop.
Where are you?
I don't know. Right here?
Do we have enough? Okay, good.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, and I know Beacon is shiny, but stay away from it.
Want to get more kite. Yeah, I think you can use more kite and some crafting stuff, right?
Do we? I have no idea.
I don't remember.
Okay, I think I found the egg.
Alright.
I think.
Okay,
Hot dog
Oh my god, is
bong
that
water?
the hot dog bond water?
Do you know hot dog bong water?
I do.
Oh,
Hello,
cool.
hot dog bond water.
Cool name. I love that.
I don't know them well, but I do know them.
I will moisturize afterwards. Let me get the
Listen,
egg first.
if I'm not seeing you moisturize, do your nails, listen, you gotta get it all.
I can't look at these eggs anymore. You take over.
It is a Barn-a-Bear hot dog.
We got everything we came for.
It's the adorable one too.
Oh, cool. We can call them. Oh god, I didn't want to do that.
Do I call? I'm gonna call for drop
Let me
pod.
just
Is
grab
that okay?
the- Yep, that's perfect.
All right, let's do it.
Drop pods on a return vector.
Oh,
Nicely
no
done.
worries, hot dog. Oh my god, so far away.
Let's let you in beta.
Ammo taken.
No, you guys
There
play
we go.
Tekken. Wait. Oh, I play Tekken? Yeah, I don't know about Barnaby. Do you play Tekken?
No, I have nostalgia for like first 4 though, particularly 3 and 4. I'm not good at them. I do like them.
Oh, you play Tekken too, hot dog? Wow.
Platform place.
Moment. Well, this is a very important moment. Who do you main?
Access provided.
I'm getting nommed. Oh god, how do I cheese?
Oh god. Oh no! Oxygen!
Oxygen? I forgot oxygen is a thing.
We have no oxygen!
Oh, there's a supply pod down there.
I'm going for it.
Okay, I'm gonna dig straight to it because it's only like 6 meters.
Oh.
Or not.
I
Oh,
went backwards.
that's a bit of a problem, isn't it?
No!
Oh shit. Alright, give me a moment. Paul? Yeah,
Oh,
fair enough.
no.
I'm coming. Don't worry about it. We have Snek. Mini Sonic. Wait, where'd you go?
Come on, go, go.
Oh,
I went backwards to the last one I did because I didn't realize there was one there. No!
I'm coming.
No!
Don't worry about it.
Oh. Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
she said.
Imagine needing oxygen.
Yeah, remember her words. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it.
I'm not gonna go up.
We have cheese. Might need some work on getting the drop partner. Molly's just cheating.
Coming. I'm coming.
Why can't we launch again?
No, I'm coming.
Oh, you have a union.
Okay. I can try to jump up somewhere.
Oh, I'm coming. Oh boy, I'm coming.
Dig up. Brute force. Brute force. Alright, this works. Come in, come in. We got him.
Come on, get in the pod.
Okay, there we go.
Oh yeah.
We did it.
Oh, that was easy.
Get it.
We oh yo. Ow.
Ow. What?
Who? Who?
We did it.
That was easy.
Yeah, we did it.
Oh fuck, why is it like Terra Plague? To protect the drill dozer, we're dead.
That sounds like a lot of effort.
make
Sounds like a lot of effort.
make Terra Plague on the on the drill dozer. Cool.
Wait, do we have to do all 3 at once?
Mm-hmm.
Wait, what's happening?
We're going more deep down.
What?
Yeah. It is a deep dive.
Oh dear. Well, I guess.
If you want, we can like we can
Did you miss us?
we can do one more of these and get the weapon matrix core. Because the next one, the third one is just the third one is just a cosmetic one. So it's okay to skip that one, I heard. The most important one is the weapon one, which is the second.
Standing clear of the landing zone, team. The company health insurance doesn't cover against getting crushed by a drill dozer.
Oh. Well, I guess if it runs into stream time, I could just start streaming and get right into it. Why is it random? Alright, don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it.
Cheese.
Right for now.
Wow.
Just gonna mine some nitra. Nitra good.
Oh god.
We need to go deeper. Mm-hmm. Is that
We need to go deeper, Leo.
Oh, there's no Endo Pearl. I got lied to.
Wee. I'll lie to you.
You lied to me?
I'll lie to you.
I'll cry about it. I'll cry about it. There's nothing else
You know the
here.
pants grab emote?
I don't have that. But I know about
No,
it.
but you know, right?
Yeah.
What's the female equivalent? Boob grab?
There's a female equivalent one.
I don't know. There has to be, right?
Maybe.
If there's pants grab, or maybe it's also just pants grab.
Is that appropriate though?
I don't know.
Alright, I'm just gonna start the
I mean,
drill.
emote, Twitch accept.
Let's go.
Alright, that's fine, yeah.
Here we go. Doretta.
Let's go.
Toreta.
There you go. Have at it, Dottie. We'll keep you safe. Don't
Yeah,
worry
woman can
about
also
that.
grab pants. Should be fine. I was just thinking too much.
Attention, team. Apparently, to keep Doretta moving at full speed.
You women wear
need to keep close
pants?
away from her.
Gross.
Oh.
You people wear clothes? That's disgusting.
You might want to work on your aim. Just saying. I hope that helps.
I'm gonna put one
Okay,
here.
sentry placed
Oh
and
yeah,
ready to
also
go.
the nitra lasts for the whole 3 deep dives, so it's best to get as much nitra as possible.
No, don't stop. This is just too much fun.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll try to look for things to mine around here.
Alright.
The jaws of a dry jaw have dropped. Reloading.
I'm gonna see.
Yes, free yourselves from the prison. Be free.
Platform up.
Legs, why would you want to Oh yeah, right. You have many legs. Legs, but didn't you just say you were talking about how much of a pain it was to draw shoes? Legs, what do you mean?
Platform.
Drawing
Feet
shoes
are
for
part of
scooters.
legs.
I'm getting gold somehow.
It does look like there's a lot of something here. It looks like there's a lot of something here. Feet prisons are different from leg prisons. Are they though? I don't feel like they are. Oh, here's some nitro, but it's like kind of up.
Don't worry, I'm mining something that's very high up. Okay, give me a second.
Dry as a bone. You'll have to lube her up
Alright.
with some more oil from the oil shale.
At least we don't have to get more oxygen.
Yeah, that's good.
Reloading.
Okay, I don't see any nitra here. Feet prisons are different from leg prisons.
Likely story.
Move your butt over here and hurry, please. All right, sentry placed and ready to be set up.
Moldy.
And just like that, shooting arm ready.
Moldy.
Gold.
That thing almost took my beard off.
They totally are. Feta prisons provide cushioning and protection from the elements, which is important when we're traveling long distances without stopping. It's wise to heck with them. True. Whoa. Whoa there, buddy. Stop shooting at my drill dozer. It's my job.
alone laces.
Losing you, Miss Dottie.
Alright, I'll continue upwards.
Reloading.
See what I see. There's like an evil Oh!
Huh.
It's a boss.
Oh shit.
I've never seen this one before. Oh god!
Oh wait, that's you. There's a weak point there.
Down you go!
Oh shit! Fuck! Oh, I'm stuck. You! That thing! That thing made me stuck. Oh my god!
Give me a second while I restart it, and then I'll repair you.
All good. All good.
Reheal you. To be fair, Barnaby probably deserved it. What do you mean? I don't deserve anything. I am an innocent little bean in a little bean world. Abba bean. Lima beans, lava beans, lava lamps. I'm all the beans.
Sturdy and ready.
Beans, toe beans, fa beans. I'm beans.
All the beans, baked beans.
I'm true. I'm all the beans.
Platform.
Wait, so now that I've repaired it, is it just like my friend or something?
Oh yeah, I think it is.
Oh, neat.
This thing is strong.
Wow.
Look at that, it's just destroying everything. Oh.
They're trying to take out Doretta. Don't let them.
Huh, neat. Oh, that's a cool. Oh, I.
Come on, don't make me regret working
Oh,
with
sorry.
you.
I got it. I am innocent, Legs. I'm very innocent. If you ignore all the conversation and dialogue that happens every time I play Truck Sim, you would know how innocent I am. Yeah.
Kicked in and tried just Jaws.
I have no idea what you said during your truck sim.
Oh, I'm just a gremlin.
Don't we all?
Because Dad keeps accusing me of eating the pizza delivery boy when I order pizza.
Alright,
Listen, first off, that's a heinous crime, and I would never suggest anything. I got all of these extra pizza delivery boy uniforms very fair and square. And even if I didn't, listen, it's not my fault. I may or may not have accidentally mistaken Pizza Boy as one of the toppings on the pizza. Listen, theoretically.
Pizza Boy's a topping?
Listen, see, that's what I thought. Listen, see, I thought it was a topping. Theoretically, of course. It didn't happen. But theoretically.
Alright, hold on there, Dottie Doretta. Got your meal right here.
I'll go get some fuel as well, why not?
Yeah. I don't see Nitra here.
Try to go a little bit further this time.
I grabbed a bunch of it.
Oh, nice. How many do you have? 146?
So we have almost enough for two.
Yeah.
You might want to check on
Yep.
Miner.
I'm here. The Praetorian.
Alright. It's always the Praetorian.
This is why you got us, Miss Dottie. Reloading!
Alright. Put it in. How do I... Oh,
You're a real glutton for oil.
there we
Know
go.
that, Miss Dottie?
All good.
You finished fueling the canisters? Man, you're good at this
Beautiful.
dirty work, eh?
Let's go.
Wham.
Wow, the drill dozer started on the first try? That's new.
Oh, yeah.
I realized
American Droxen is fun.
deep dives are a little bit smaller. I feel like map-wise.
Yeah. It might also just be scaling it. Based
Oh,
on the people.
you can grab her. Nice.
What the heck happened? I happened to mix it up. What were you doing? What are you gremlins doing? What are you gremlins doing?
Was there more?
Thank you for following. I was trying to get the SR thing working.
Ah.
For the song requests. But because I was trying to also get it separate for each channel. So that way I didn't have to do anything. And it was like, oh, if you want to separate audio, everyone was telling me how easy it was to separate audio channels. And then it's like, oh yeah, by the way, Barnaby, what you gotta do, it's real simple. You just have to take your source file, then separate your source file, then change which one's recording and separate the channels for each game and application you ever would want to play, and have them running while you're doing it. And then you can have the music playing without getting copyright strikes. It's just that simple.
Yeah, I have no idea what you just said.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah, people are telling me that having separate audio channel is not that hard. Yeah. Well, not for me. It's hard as hell.
I might try and set it up right before stream, but I'm not too worried about it. One of the nice things about American Truck Sim is that it's me just being a gremlin the whole time. Yeah, it's very simple legs. To be fair, I can get the command set up. It's super easy for the command set up. You can technically use it now if you want, because I accidentally disabled it.
I got a bunch of nitro.
It's just... Yeah. Ooh, nitro. Nice.
Nitro.
But yeah, it's just that, it doesn't work correctly. Like, it's a pain to separate the channels themselves.
Platform set and ready to use.
Like, if I wanted to play American Truck Sim right now, I would have to stop recording from both channels. Oh god. And then I would have to... Oh my god, that thing has so much health.
I'm coming.
Oh god. I'll repair it. Oh no. Drill dozer. Anyway.
I got a bunch of nitro.
There we go.
The power of cheese.
The power of cheese compels you. But yeah, so I would have to have American Truck Sim running first, then separate the audio channels into American Truck Sim, and in this case it would be Chrome. Oh, I didn't mean to start it.
It's fine. Don't worry. It's okay.
I'm gonna do a supply drop right nearby.
Yeah, I have a bunch of nitro. Just need to deposit them.
Alright. Nice we have the big robot guy. He's being helpful.
Yeah.
The enemies also feel like they have less health.
Right? So it wasn't just me.
Yeah, it feels like they have a lot less health than they normally do.
I mean, that's fair because we do have to go through 3 quests at once.
True. A blurpy.
The other shell has been breached. Keep protecting Doretta.
Reloading. Stay strong, girl.
I got the radar.
Pockets.
We got enough
Oh
ammo
god.
for all this, right? I don't care. Just when I thought things were getting boring.
Oh god.
Rocks.
Reloading. This gun is under attack.
Oh no,
Ooh.
Please protect Doretta.
Oh yeah, that reminds me. I'm gonna get
Alright.
myself a round Droxel then.
Will do.
The way through, team. Doretta,
Let's do a shield.
she's our drill.
Right
She
there.
can't do it. Well,
I'm
I
good.
guess we're just
Learn for this.
the swarm's right on top of you.
Oh, now we got flying rocks and swarm. Oh, reloading.
Looks like the dry job should have tried harder. A little bit for me. A little
Gonna
bit
take
for
one
my friend
resupply
here.
real quick.
Alright.
Come on, you can do this, Dottie.
Menace.
Oop. Ooh. Very hip now. Oh no, chat. Chat.
Uh-oh.
Droxen's trying to eyes me. Oh no. I'm feeling its effects. Droxen, what are your commands?
Here, get inside.
Hmm. I don't know, money.
Alright.
Wait, no.
Wishes grants you monopoly money.
Yay.
5%. I can almost taste it.
It's using beamers.
Oh. Oh god. I'll take care of this one.
Just getting some money.
I know you're a tough girl. Okay, shields charged up.
Money. Yeah, you know, the famous exclamation money command. That's how you
Yeah.
get money at work.
Wave of enemies coming
Everyone
from
has
the
them.
bulldozer. Financially speaking, though, it's better to die trying to defend it.
Oh, can we just shoot the crystal?
They're here. Well, it was nice knowing you.
Oh god, reloading.
Bastards up at Dottie.
Jesus, so many things happening. Oh, we jamming. I cannot jam though. There's so many things happening.
Oh, that's actually really cool. That's actually really good scam.
Right? With the hypnosis, it's a classic combo. That's really nice. I didn't know you can just shoot the crystal.
Oh yeah. This takes a bit. Alright, we gotta get the Reda's head. Most important part.
We need to get the mini meals as well, right?
That's just an optional one. I mean, we can do it if you want, but
Is it optional?
To the center of the Hearthstone. Damn, I was kind of wishing it
I
were
believe
you,
so.
but at least it still
Because we have to get the
looks
Hearthstone.
sweet. Oh no, she's broken.
Let's find out.
I guess
Alright.
management just wants the Hearthstone, but can you bring Doretta
Moldy.
back too?
Moldy.
Big shiny. Can I pickaxe you?
Jawbreaker secure. Oh, I can't wait to taste it.
Yeah, that was the objective. Where's Molly's head? Where's Loretta's head?
Wait, what?
Yep.
Oh yeah, Doretta?
Yeah, you can get Loretta's head.
Need to
But I'm
find.
not seeing it.
Oh, here. Wait, no, that's not it. Is it gone?
I saw it. You can pick it up and bring it back with you. If you do it the first time, I believe you get an achievement.
We can save Doretta, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, we're just gonna go salvage the meal first.
Oh yeah. I guess I do have to salvage meals. Alright.
Shouldn't be too hard. This one right here.
Okay. Hey,
Something shooting at you?
listen. Shooting, listen. They're oh, that's a lot.
Yeah. Those are like terrorists. I hear it.
I see, yeah. Jump here. That's up here, loss.
Legs coming. I got legs.
Bees, not the bees. True. Definitely not the bees. This is definitely feeling much easier.
Yeah, those things are really easy to kill, which is great.
Oh god. Last leg. Ow.
Shields recharged.
Well done, I guess. I don't know how anybody fixed it, but it worked.
Nice too. I think we can call the drop pod.
Yeah, let's call it.
Well done.
And then we'll end it here.
Transport is on the way.
Since he said we just need to do the first 2 missions.
Yeah. Because the third one is the cosmetic one, I heard. But I didn't do the third one because I lost at the drop pod the first time I did this. I couldn't get to the drop pod in time and then I just like ugh.
No. Drop pod has arrived. Rock and stone.
This one shouldn't be too hard.
Yeah, no, this should be easy. To be fair, we do have the tunnel straight to the drop pod,
Yeah.
unlike last time.
Hey, last cobalt to the drop pod owes me lunch.
Drop pod departing in 4 minutes. Hey, why can't we just launch it now? What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Remember, 1 bullet each. We're running out of time. Come on. Get them more.
Whoop, 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 whoop.
Down you go.
Rawr.
For you. Come on, get your tails in here.
Dice! We got the dice!
Oh, wait. We gotta wait for them?
Mmm. Yeah, deep dice feels shorter and easier.
We're taking it deeper.
But
Yeah, it
three
does.
requests at once lah.
Yeah. Yeah, we got it. Volatile bullets.
Rich atmosphere.
Ooh.
2 eggs and 3 meal.
You know, we can do it.
Yeah, I mean
fine.
3 meal, 2 eggs doesn't sound too hard, hopefully. I'm gonna go open up the lights.
Unless it's oxygen attached.
Oh shit.
Oh no. It's fine. I can theoretically finish before I start streaming. Legs, why are you having an asthma attack?
Who? What? Where?
Who's around the marsh? Here they come, tippity tappity. They're here and there. Kobolds are everywhere.
Droxen, you should totally give her a kimono.
Rock and Stone.
Give
Hey.
yourself a kimono. No, the snake. Snake's separate.
You mean what? I didn't hear.
You should give her a kimono. Not your kobold, but the snake.
Snakes what again? What?
What?
I know my gremlin brain is happening. I
No,
somehow
I'm saying you should give your snake a you should give your snake a kimono. That'd be cute.
a kimono?
A kimono. You know, the Japanese.
Oh, kimono. Oh. Okay, okay. Oh, you're not. Yeah, that's
Droxen,
true.
You're hurting me.
What?
You're
No.
hurting me, Droxen.
Look, my
Dying inside.
my.
Dying.
Look.
Oh, I'm falling. Ah, I'm sorry, everyone. Say goodbye.
Is
Oh,
it because?
Nerds.
Is it because of rich atmosphere we're running so fast?
Oh, maybe.
Oh my god, we speak even more kobold? Oh shit. Oh, this is the best.
Oh, we do run fast. Oh wow. Oh, we are fast. Oh god.
I gotta be here for a bit, Barnaby, don't worry about it. It's definitely not me just spamming V or something.
Oh, Barnaby's not in the chat. I'm in the chat. What do you mean? I'm watching the chat. Oh my god, there's so many. Eggs, okay.
I'm
Go
not
that
hearing.
way? Okay.
I'm
Ow.
not hearing anything.
Ow.
I'm just.
Oh well, virtual boobs to you then. Wah.
Any quest with rich atmosphere, I'm gonna take it
Oh,
from.
because I didn't say anything in the chat. Wait, yeah, I did.
I think you did. Question mark?
I think it was because Nerix wasn't here when I said it.
Oh. See, Narix, you come here too late.
It's too late to apologize. Why does this feel like a very similar map to the first one?
Egg.
Sorry, the egg was so loud. Egg.
Oh god. Oh god.
What's happening? I see a lot of things happening over your
Yeah,
side.
okay.
Are you okay? I don't think you're okay. I'm in pain as well. How the fuck?
Where'd the egg go? There it is. Alright. Positive. Oh god. Okay, we got first egg. Not seeing the mule. I see the second egg.
Nice. Wow, strong. I definitely did something. Definitely, I definitely did not just spam B all the time.
Oh, not of ammo. Alright, I'm gonna place an ammo pod right here.
Yeah, it's fine. We have Nitra. I have full Nitra on me. Yep. Yep noises. Oh my god, the menace is right in front of me.
Alright, so all you gotta do is salvage mules and we're good.
Yeah. Where's Molly?
I've got Molly.
Alright, going to you then.
I don't see where the mules are on the map. I don't know how to ping them, so oh god.
I see gold.
Oh, I see one. Oh my god, why are things spawning? Everything is spawning. Oh my god. Alright.
Game's going serious mode now. Naked Praetorian.
We know.
Ever seen a naked Praetorian?
I'm not sure I want to.
Oh my god, it's so cursed.
Where's the leg? I was just looking at it.
Right, I'm gonna go for Molly for a little bit.
Alright.
Free, oh!
And I'm free falling.
I keep hearing Heavy just saying keep crying baby. I love mods.
Baby, hit me one more time.
Get a haircut, hippie. Look at that. We have almost 300 nitro. I can just call for a resupply willy-nilly.
Here, have a supply pod on me. And by on me, I mean on you. And by on you, I mean give me your nitro.
Oh, hi again, Pinky. Just kept falling over? That sounds bad.
Pinky, go night night. Go sleep.
More sleep.
Second robot found. Remember the rule, Pinky. You can never have enough sleep. Oh god.
That's very true, though. It's so impossible to have enough sleep ever.
Oh god.
I'm just
Fighting
hearing.
oppressor.
I am angry.
Okay. We're missing one more robot.
Oh, one more meal. Okay.
Oh no, I've got stuck. Help!
Shoot it.
Help!
There you go.
Help! I need a mother. And okay, there we go.
I got
Thank
you.
Mom.
Hee hee.
Right. Oh. I don't see what the last one is.
I thought I heard it just now.
I know, so did I.
Oh, I saw it.
Ah, there it is. I think one of those couple of the legs are up here.
Yeah. Here.
I gotta toss a few down to you. There we go. Wee.
Whack
Beautiful.
it. Whack it.
Do you fix all broken machines with hammers?
Wow. Wait, uplink the mission control? Oh no.
Yes, you are.
Wait, what do we have to do?
Uplink the mission control. Oh yeah, the usual thing.
I don't know what that is.
We have to return to drop pod first with the meal. And then we have to
okay.
like stay in one spot until they're done.
Oh, okay, I got you. I got more supplies then.
I'm seeing nitro. I need it.
Do you need it though? I'm pretty sure you don't.
Do we not? Oh, it's the menace.
Hello there. Alright, press button.
The Molly and Mini Mollies are heading back. Remember, you can always deposit on the drop pod if you can't deposit in Molly. Let's get that broken down.
Are they?
Fixed.
Okay, there they go. Let's say, like, they're not moving.
They should be. It's just gonna wait for tweak. Oh, mission control. Oh, No.
Yep.
Actually, I'm faster than Molly.
Where?
Excellent. All the meals are back in the pod. Now we just have to establish a connection to find out what's wrong with the thing.
That's right. The golden scales are on the trail. Okay, sentry plates are ready to be on. Sentry up.
Queen.
Bonk it, bonk it.
You're telling me that you hit it with a hammer enough times and it started working? That sounds like a goblin tactic.
Alright,
Anyway,
don't leave the
goblins,
triangulation zone.
we're trying to triangulate your positions. Please
Let's put a drop pod right there.
sending in an extra shiny supply pod.
Where is it? Is it this? Is it this thing?
Yeah, it's gonna
Is-
drop.
Is it? Is it on me? I don't see it. Wait, what? Wait,
You goober.
is that? Oh god! Oh, oh. Oh,
What, is that
that.
falling on top of my head or something? Man, that's so weird.
Yeah. Why do I feel
What
a
audience?
10,000 ton something like a concussion? Oh, it's Leon. Hi, Leon.
Leon! Help me, Leon! Help me!
Leon!
Leon!
We have
Where's
Cube.
everyone going? Bingo?
You weren't here, Leon.
Leon! Leon, help!
Oh, I can do deep dives now, Leon. Leon can carry. Like Barnaby here is doing, carrying me. Mm.
Oh god.
Leon! Help me, Leon!
Stay frosty.
Stay frosty.
Oh my god, I hate these so much. No, we're not. Where is it? I don't see it.
It's
Ow.
here.
Okay, there we go.
Why not, Leon? Why not?
Leon!
I need your help though.
Help me, Leon!
Yeah, you're gonna carry me, Leon.
With how many people call me a mouse, it would actually make sense.
Yeah, our ending soon, true.
True.
What if one more deep dives? Oh shit.
Yeah, you guys can do a deep dive. I'm setting up my screen.
One more deep dive. Not that long, feels like. I mean, sure, it's like 3.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it's like 3 missions, but
It's
they're
under an
pretty
hour,
short.
probably.
They're pretty short.
Because they started at like 4:20, 4:30.
Something like that, yeah. You don't mind? I don't mind too. We can do it. You want another... Do you perhaps want another supply drop?
Nah. Don't you dare. Don't
Don't-
do it.
Don't worry about it. Or maybe another supply drop? Perchance? So tempting. So shiny though. Wait, I'm a snake. Okay, maybe not the shiny.
Man, everyone wants to kill us. It's so strange.
Yeah. It's not like we're kobold or something.
No. me, Leon?
Fully charged, and you're
Where's everyone going? Bingo.
time to get out of here. Just hold your ground as we boot
Oh, wait, what?
Still have to wait for the pod.
Oh my god.
Yeah. All good, all good.
I'm gonna kill you.
I mean, oh, Steve died. No. We have
Steve, no!
2
Help me,
resupply.
Wasn't exactly the one buckle I was expecting.
onboard mainframe translated to Gnomish. Oh wait, that's not right.
Leon, I'm uploading a manual to your database, to your data pad. Hopefully, it will help you understand what to do.
Why Narik's bully Pinky?
Your orbital trajectory. Man, I'm not good at math.
God, Breach Cutter feels good.
All good. Didn't mean to put that one there. I threw it over there.
Not like that's gonna help much after
They don't really toss
those
very
fuel
far.
cells.
Which one?
The grenades. These ones.
Oh, fire. Oh.
Was an eco.
Shred.
Legs, why you booping me? Like, if you want to boop me, you'll have the ability.
Turned up to 11 just for you guys.
Soon. Very soon.
I mean, everyone needs to boot Barnaby, no?
Oh no.
Is powered up and ready to leave.
Alright.
90% sure it's safe.
Do you perchance need some resupply?
Probably not. Probably not. But I will put the shield here, though.
There you go. And some breach cutter.
Mission accomplished. We're bringing
What a Billy. You're fresh out of the bathroom? Why are you fresh out of the bathroom? If you were already fresh, why were you in the bathroom, Roxas?
Isn't fresh
What a
out,
what a Billy.
but fresh out though.
No. Yeah, but that also implies they were fresh going in. Because they're Billies.
I don't mind. I don't mind bathing twice. I guess feels good, refreshing.
No, it does. Wow, we did it. And I got a level up.
That was great too.
Wow.
What
Alrighty.
the time?
I'll exit the game.
All right.
Thanks for letting me hang with you.
Thanks for helping.
No problem. See you around, hun.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Hey, Leon. Leon! Much love, Barnaby. Thanks. Help me, Leon. Help me. Oh, I might want to join your room because my PC, I don't think I can handle loading everything, question mark? Because just now my PC died. When I tried to like host the game. I mean, if you don't mind, we can try again. Leon!
That's pretty.
What did you say again? Super high sugar feels like for you? High sugar at first it would be like dehydration. You just like constantly want to drink water, but it doesn't really help. But you just keep drinking anyway because you're thirsty constantly. That's like the first sign. Second sign would be you constantly want to go to the toilet as well, even though you didn't drink any water, but you still want to go to the toilet. And then the pee is like crystal clear, and that's a little bit concerning. And then the next one would be you start to have vomit tendencies. Vomit tendencies is like a little bit on the borderline of dangerous already. So that's like the third one. Fourth one would be headache, muscle ache, and then you're constantly mad, and just the tiniest bit of things didn't go your way, you can just like you can hold your fist to the air. It's like, why God have you abandoned me? Something like that. So yeah, then that's how I sort of recognize the things, the signs. Yeah, it sucks big time. Stop drinking tiger boba. If only there's tiger boba here. If only. BB8, that's yours, not mine. You know what? Maybe not today. Leon, no. Cue game over screen. Just got reminded by my sister we makaning dinner. I was like, oh, hey, that's nice. A family dinner is always nice, to some extent. to some extent, I say that. In a way, free food. free food. Oh yeah. Oh, you guys need to be reminded by the I love gaming. I love gaming. Very important. I love gaming. If you're rock and stoning tomorrow, then I'll join you. Then I'll rock and stone tomorrow. Fuck yeah. I was thinking of playing Skyrim, but like, I kind of like rock and stone a little bit more.
Gold for the bold. That's how it goes.
Just because there's kobolds now. Not saying Argonian is not good. It's just that I prefer kobolds. When horror? October. Oh, unless you buy Outlast for me, then I have no choice but to play it, I guess. Please don't actually do it. I don't think I'm ready.
Okay, Matrix Core, share your secrets. Oh, of course. I was planning on making something like that anyway. This just makes it even easier.
Did you get the free Dying Light? I never touched Dying Light ever. Faster reload, burst fire gun for gunner. Oh. October, the birthday month.
I'm forging my own fashion, and I don't have to pay any microtransactions. This is the dream. Dwarves aren't the only guys that can dedicate their skills into crafting fashion. Check this out. This is gonna make me look so cute.
Yeah, rock and stony tomorrow. Take notes. What did I say? What did I say? Is Dying Light horror game? No idea, but it sure sounds like a horror game. It's like light dying, and then it's become dark. Become vampire.
Really? I mean, really? You guys too? I thought the kobolds would be better than the dwarves.
A happy birthday game, I can live with that. Then I'll just do the last one then. Since... Oh, Gold Rush? I'm doing it now. I have to protect the Druidoza. I'll do Hazard 4. Because I'm playing as... Yeah, I'm gonna play as Engineer. No, not happy birthday here. Nope.
I started the drop pod sequence. I guess you better go.
Nuh-uh. There's no birthday happening here. Well, at least not mine. Is it your birthday, Leon? Oh. Increased pickaxe damage? Nah, it's not my birthday. Droxen ain't playing Dying Light yet? I haven't played Dying Light ever. Never touched it too. Seasoned Moonrider? Smart stud. I'll just get Skull Crusher.
Really feel like squashing and crushing bugs this time. Skull Crusher's Ale.
It was free? Well, the keyword is was. Not anymore, isn't it?
That sucks. Yet I'm gonna move to it anyway.
That sucks. Oh yeah. Destroy my waste. Thanks, Lloyd.
Feeling much better now. Try. Gold for the bowl. It's no old wives' tale. We are Golden Scale.
Okay, I have to protect Drift Dozer. I'm gonna ignore the Ebola. Like, Ebola is my most hated secondary objective. Let's go!
Some old habits never die.
Gonna love Rock and Stone. I miss using the snake model. Soon I'll have like the redeem to change models. So that when you guys redeem it, it would change. Just need to do it in VTuber Plus, I think. Although I do need to change it manually on VC Phase, so it's a bit of a problem.
Golden Scales! Knock knock, Hoxus! Rolling for initiative.
Okay, team, I signed you up for an escort mission. Everyone loves escort missions. You have to escort our drill dozer until it gets to the Hearthstone, which is like a giant jawbreaker. Watch out, Doretta's incoming, and she's a thick one.
She's a thick one. Some bug just died. McTarrow just died. Oh yeah. Which free time period? Must be from a long time ago. How old is Dying Light? Or is it like a recent game?
Jeez.
Platform set,
It should
sturdy,
not
and
be
ready.
recent game because I do hear about Dying Light from time to time back then. Should not be recent. Why is he a thing on the correct? He. It's a soul of Michael Jackson.
Platform up.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything else here. Alright, I'm just gonna go. Let's go, Toreda.
Wow, the drill dozer started on the first try? That's new.
Watch and learn.
Toreda, what are you doing? Why are you doing breakdance maneuver? Toreda! No! No! Help! No! Oh, thank God. Oh, no? What the fuck?
Something's coming to snatch me.
That's the first. Oh, no.
She's a thick chunker, and she's also a very thick target. So we need to keep her safe. That's our job.
Yeah, I would say it's going pretty well.
Swarm is approaching you. Better hunker down and load up.
Stay strong, girl.
I would say it's going pretty well.
It looks like Doretta's run out of fuel. You can refill it by using the fuel canisters on her back and grabbing some oil shale. Get to it.
Praetorian crushed! Might want to watch out for the gas, though. Keep this up, we're gonna beat the record of those dwarves.
No.
Sentry turret armed. Reloading. They're attacking Miss Dottie. Hang in there, girl.
It's funny to me.
God damn. Alright, time to go
Times
find
like this,
things.
I wish I could whistle.
I'm sure it'll go great. This Ventura has this turret and this gun. Well, I'm not playing as Droda currently. Because just now I went to a deep dive with Barnaby. And my Druida cannot go deep dives.
Jeez.
Platform out.
Oh, I'm back. Oh, fuck.
She's tough, but she's not invincible. We need to fix her. Sentry placed. Time to set it up.
Hey Boxen, when are you going to set up that
Come on, you
frontier?
can do this,
Hey.
Dottie.
Shit. I totally forgot about Frontier. Ayo.
Sentry
Oh,
on.
the insurance thing. It just made me remember the insurance thing I haven't done as well. Oh fuck. Someday, yeah. Don't worry about it. Someday it's gonna happen. I assure you. Don't worry about it.
Jeez.
9 p.m.
Access provided.
That
No
works.
need to
That
thank
works.
me.
Oh, you pin the message, right, for the setup for Frontier.
Platform created.
Shouldn't take that long. I got.
Miss Dottie's under attack.
Can I do Snakey Praetorian? Frontier? Must not to Frontier.
You just focus on staying functional, Miss Dottie. We got ya.
We got ya, Miss Dottie. By we, I mean I. Okay, here we go. Ah! Got the nut.
Is under attack.
Platform set and ready to use.
Are you serious, you fuck? I did play Hazard 4, did I?
They're attacking Dottie!
I regret my decisions and my deeds. Why am I doing this? Like, what drives me to do this?
I hope that helps.
Alright, don't worry about it. It's just a bit of a radiation. Oppressor! Gonna save ammo whenever possible. Do I even have nitro for one? Nope.
Not looking so hot. We need to fix her.
Okay. Okay, just keep going, everything is fine, don't worry about it. None. Thought that happened weeks ago already on the price, like it's the first time? It didn't happen because I just don't seem to remember things.
Hollow, konnichiwa. I had Milo with bread for lunch today. Yay.
Milo? That's cursed. That's damn cursed. Milo? Well, why did TTS read it that way? Isn't it not Milo? I mean, Melo is a little bit cursed as well, but Milo? How was Milo though? I think God, I haven't drank Milo in a while. Many readers Milo? Good gods, barbarians. Yeah, isn't it Milo? Yeah, isn't it Milo? God, the TTH is just barbarian.
Oh, by the way, caught another dwarf trying to sneak a pat on my head. I swear.
One is Malay, one is English. English is Mai, isn't it? To be fair, it is MI. Okay, just need to find the most Ebo nut. If only they're here. Yeah, I think I have enough for one resupply. Oh, hey! So Milo is Malay lah. I still cannot fathom the pronunciation that is Milo.
Pause it time.
Like this one, that one hurts my brain a little bit. Is English? Yeah, it is.
All this multitasking and we're still this efficient? Yep, I'd say one of us is definitely on the road to becoming an old-watcher.
Alright, that is gonna take a while.
Reloading!
Is that Praetorian? No, that's oppressor. Oh, cool.
Resupply ordered.
Sending in a tactical shiny drop. Oh, wait, it's just supplies? Oh, well, I guess you'll have to find the shinies yourself.
Guys, get them off of Dottie! Now! Resupply pod is here. Everybody collect ammunition. She's hurting. We need to help her. If that's your idea of being oppressive, Glyphid, well, that's just downright depressing.
It's not your low, it's
Why
me
you got us,
low.
Miss Dottie?
It's not your low.
Reloading.
Okay, I vaguely remember that there's like a gold pile around. Yeah. Oh, Milo! Wait, that just occurred to me. Maybe I'm very stubborn.
Cheese. Cheese.
No, God. Okay, fine.
Stick with me, boy. I'm gonna show you how to be a real beast.
Medals for everyone.
Cheese these Milos.
Milos? Oh. Thanks, TTS. Oh, that's Steve.
Don't worry, we're here for you, Dottie. A little bit for me, and a little bit for my friend here.
TTS gaslighting. Oh shit. Alright, where's the gas? That's too far?
It always gets me whenever I see you define the laws of physics, Molly.
Cheese.
Platform!
Cheese.
Thanks, Bosco.
Topped up and ready. Heading for the drill dozer. There you go, Miss Dottie. Just try not to go through this one so quickly, okay?
Oh.
Reloading! Dottie needs help! No bugs wrecking you, Miss Dottie. You're the hottie.
Let's go get some oil. Ooh, there's a lot here. Probably a bad idea, but I'm already down here. It's fine. Oh yeah, I'm engineer. I have platform. No.
Alright, hold on there, Dottie Doretta. Got your meal right here.
Wait to use the predicting one makes TTS say what in which way? It's not useful knowledge to keep. But it's kinda cool.
Cheese.
Platform!
Gold. No nitrous still. God, nitro is hard to get.
Cheese.
Platform placed!
Cheese.
They should do. Bonk nitro? Yeah. Better bonk it so that I can get more. Crap, that was too close.
Now it's a party!
Cheese.
Access provided. No need to thank me. Fuck!
God.
Cheese.
Platform created.
Really?
Cheese.
Platform!
Okay. Oh, that's already 12
You got
Ebola?
this, Dottie. Now, maybe try to go a little bit further this time.
Dretta's fueled up and ready to move.
Alright, loading back up.
Alright.
Dretta's on the move. Try to keep up.
Just need 2 more Ebo nut. Still not enough nitro. I'm a little bit concerned. Even though there's like 2 resupplies there. Should be fine. Just gonna be careful. Not use too much, I guess. Just a little concerned.
Don't worry about it.
Attention team. Apparently to keep Doretta moving at full speed, you need to keep bugs away from her. Who programmed her to be afraid of bugs?
Go forth my vision.
That's all? You're ridiculous! We're here for you, Miss Dottie. Yeah, blast, you oversized blowfly!
Are you Steve? No, I already have a Steve. Get out.
Just when I thought things were getting boring!
Things are going really well.
and ready to be armed.
Dorita is fine.
Is anyone watching over Dottie? And behold, machine of death. We need her. Help her. Don't worry, we got you, Miss Dottie. You just focus on staying functional.
Alright, just need to find 2 more Ebo Nut.
We are not losing Miss Dottie. Fix her now. Reloading. Hang in there. I know you're a tough girl.
Molly?
Molly, I need you here.
If I can get 1 resupply here, that would be great. Just need some nitra, man. Where's my nitra? I mean, I'm glad there's a lot of gold, but I still need nitra to survive. Sort of. Whee! There it is.
Cheese.
Platform out.
Cheese.
2 big chunks too.
Molly, come here.
Today is a good day.
Oh yeah, next time I go shopping at MODIO, I'm getting myself a new canister.
One more Ebo Nut. Just 1 more. The nut. Where do I even find the nut? Oh, a little bit unrelated, but I've been thinking of playing. I mean, I don't own the game yet, but in the far or near future, but in the future lah, I don't know when I'm gonna play it, the long drive. I saw that game is like war. I mean, that game looks janky as fuck, but the concept of the game is pretty cool.
Come on, put a pep in your step, Molly.
Like, just being able to really very freely customize how your car is gonna look like.
Come on, I can do this.
I like that. They last for so many streams. Oh, really? Is it like that? Ooh.
Don't worry, we're here for you, Dottie.
Hey.
Looks like you've been shell-shocked. Resupply on its way.
I know the supply pod's shiny, but try not to catch it with your face. Or your tail.
I mean, to be fair, the game is literally called The Long Drive.
All right, our present's here. Everybody go get what you need.
I don't know. That game looks very interesting to me.
position of material wealth. Reloading!
Oh yeah, this one barley bulb. Maybe it's around here that I missed. Yeah, there's like multiple.
Cheese.
Platform up.
Cheese. Cheese.
Platform.
I want to see your car ragdoll uncontrollably because your glue doesn't legs? Huh? I'm a little concerned.
Honestly, sometimes it's a love-hate relationship with that thing. Molly, could you get over here? I don't got room for any more.
Nice.
Objective completed. Hey, because you're all kobolds and I'm kind of the pseudo pack leader in this situation, I'm gonna take the credit for this one.
No, Twig, I'll beat you up, I'll bite you. Wait, I'm not a kobold currently. I'll hypnotize you then. My brain is too much kobold.
I can't hold any more of this.
That is a lot
Save
of
those
gold.
legs of yours, Molly. Yep, that's about all I can carry.
The game knows that I need more gold. Hi, Brecky. Well, Kamaru, how you doing? Oh, God. It.
A dangerous bug-infested planet! Well, guess what? I am danger! Ba-dum-ba-dum-bum-ba-dum.
I bet it's so tiny in this model. It's intentional. This snake right here is my third character. Who is a snake that excels? Oh, tinnitus. And excels in hypnosis because snake. Oh, I never show my hypnosis eyes. Can I do it now? Would it be possible? It's blab. Yeah, it's pretty small. I'll just blab them. I'll just blab. Doing good? Nice. I'm good, I'm good. I had a bunch. Oh. Okay, Pinky, okay. I always forget about the Kobold Blab too. There you get the full look of the model. Thanks, Pinky. That's one way of showing the model, huh?
The dwarves got it in my head now.
I mean, why am I doing it? I already got all the Ebo nut. Hypnosis works? Oh, it works. It works when I'm ragdolling? Cool. Need to work on this, how you look? Oh, for sure, for sure. Good luck on whatever you're working with. Thanks for the lyric. Big appreciate.
Glow sticks aren't ready yet.
Yeah, should be good. I'm just gonna go get Doretta. Am I still flying? There it is, I'm back.
Reloading! Okay, taking ammunition. Okay, collecting ammunition. Oh yeah! Oh yeah!
Okay, let's go.
The extraction's been started. The drill dozer's running at full steam. Wait, steam powered? Incoming swarm. Keep Doretta safe. Sending in the supplies. Oops. Oh, I shouldn't have touched that. And that team's dead. You'll get your supplies soon.
Get ammunition and sugar.
Combat positions. The swarm is here.
It's already here for a bit, Tweak. Come on.
Hang in there, I know you're a tough girl.
It's only 25% of the way through. Can we make it work faster?
We got you.
Deep here?
Reloading!
Shredder swarm!
Get those bastards off of Dottie! No chance in hell we lose Doretta! Come on! Fix her! Come on, you can do this, Dottie. Reloading! Ammo taken. It killed my bullet!
There's a wave of
Holy
enemies
shit,
incoming.
my ears.
I didn't know giant candy could have sentience to defend itself.
Yeah, bring the noise!
50% of the way through, team. Doretta, she's our drill. She can't do it. Well, I guess we're just...
Shred and destroy!
The swarm's right on top of you.
Gosh, I'm so glad
Hang in there, girl.
I'm doing this as an engineer. I don't think I can handle this all with Driller. Praetorian! Oh! Hyro, hi.
Oh, that one was a gassy one. Oh. Oh, shit. Consider yourself grounded, Brundlefly. Stay strong, girl. Reloading. And down it goes.
What? What? Okay.
3/4 of the way done, eh? Man, it's about time.
Incoming beamers. Looks like the armor and heart is giving it everything it's got. The drill nose is under attack.
Really? Okay, that's one. Oh my god, I don't think I can... I'll heal this.
We're here for you, Miss Dottie.
There's a wave of enemies coming to attack the drill dozer. Financially speaking, though, it's better to die trying to defend it.
What is holding it?
You can find them if you want, but it's your funeral. Nowhere in the manual does say kobolds were this crazy.
Oh jeez. Point blank. Woohoo! Oh heck! Dorita is dying. So many shit happening. What if I just keep doing this? Dorita seems to be fine.
Why you got us, Miss Dottie? Kicked in the Tri-Jaws jaws! They're trying to take our Doretta! Don't let them!
The crystals just keep spawning. Okay, oh, the crystal is actually not doing a lot of damage. Oh, I don't care about the crystal. Oh, okay, I did it. Oh, yeah, we did it. All good.
Doretta made it to the center of the Hearthstone. Damn, I was kind of wishing it would be gooey, but at least it still looks sweet. Oh no, she's
Loading up for
broken.
more destruction.
I guess management just wants the Hearthstone, but can you bring Doretta back too?
Oh, nice. Thanks, Tweak. Of course.
All right, loading back up.
Doing all that just for one thing? God.
Nicely done, team. We're gonna be eating sweet tonight. Press the button for the drop pod when you're ready.
Off we go.
We're sending in the drop pod and starting the countdown, so you better be on it or we're leaving without you. The drop pod's arrived. Let's get Molly back to the landing zone. Oh, and I guess you guys can come along too.
Come on, go, go!
Drop pod departing in 5 minutes. There's no way you don't make it in that time.
Shredder swarm deployed.
Whoa, they just spawn out. They just spawn like that? Okay, drop
1,
pod.
2, 3, 4, move it! Where the hell is Molly when you need her?
There's a drop pod. Someone gonna kill me. Woohoo! Oh my god! Ow, fuck.
Looks like the Tri-Jaws should have tried harder.
Need to get place for the baking later. Have a wonderful stream, y'all. Alright, legs.
What do you mean we have to wait for them?
Thanks for hanging around. Appreciate. Have fun shopping.
Stocked with the pod. Goblin Mining Guild thanks you for all your great work. And now, of course,
God.
we're leaving without you. Oh, right, Steve Galactic. That means I have to wait for them.
We saved Dorita.
Why didn't you remind me? Retrieving the escape pod. I guess we'll send in the next cleanup crew later.
Engineer is pretty strong, I would say. And Dorita, I'm blocking Dorita. But Dorita is there. Yeah, not a lot of things, but quite okay gold. Yeah, that's good enough. Good session. A good deep rock session. And we did it. That's all the thing.
Congratulations. Assignment completed.
New assignment, core hunt. What you get rewarded with? A bunch of matrix core that I can forge here. Yeah. I think these are all for drillers. They do cost a lot of things, not gonna lie. Especially credits. God, I'm almost out of credits.
Alright, Matrix Core, time to put you to use. Put you in here, and then time to get to work. Oh yeah.
Corrosive sludge pump? A matrix core. I got... This is Scout, I think? This is... Gunner? Yeah, Gunner. Okay, so blue one is Gunner. I'm just gonna forge this.
Just the kind of thing I need to make my friends jealous. And if this doesn't work, well, I guess I'll just have to try harder next time.
As an off-topic question? Sure. Yeah, out of money. Okay.
Yeah, it's barrels of fun until someone has to clean up this mess. And let me tell you, you little lizards, it ain't gonna be mission control.
What do you think of the Chicken Little movie? Chicken Little? I think I heard of it, but I never watched it. Yeah, I never watched Chicken Little. You're very fortunate then? Oh, is it that bad? Oh, Bigger Bomb? Oh, yeah. Nah, but Bridge Cutter is just too good. Mil spec? Deep core? Deep core. Is in all being serious not that bad. But reputation ain't great, but it is possible to like it. Oh, Chicken Little. Is that where they use the Maya music? Yeah, it's to their own personal taste, I would say. Especially when it comes, to entertainment. To be honest. Don't remember the movie in that great detail. Same. I just know about the music, but I don't know if it's actually from the movie. Gosh, can we not upgrade the flare? At least make it last a little bit longer. Know what I mean? Yeah, that's good enough. I don't think I have a lot of overclock still. Garner has a lot. Yeah, but since I don't play Gunner... Like this color though. Scout. Oh, my Scout is level 8? I don't see a lot of people play Scout, to be honest. Like, rare. Oh, I think I play Scout for the shotgun. Yeah, the boomstick, the double barrel. Scout is a class of great skill, great responsibility. Yeah, playing Scout is difficult. Like, you have to keep the flare gun up. You have to, like, keep the flare gun up at all times. I think just the flare gun alone makes me kind of feel afraid to play Scout. But if I play solo Scout, then it should be fine. It's just that Scout has grappling hook. Scout has grappling hook, but not... even with the grappling hook, I cannot mine things that's like... up there. Know what I mean? So yeah. But I might play Scout for this. Just for this gun alone, I might play Scout. Because I remember this gun is like so fucking good. More ammo.
You can rest assured that I'll put it to good use. You can rest assured that I'll put it to good use.
Yeah, but that's not today. But I remember Leon plays Scout, I think, if I remember correctly. Barrels. Yeah, the day is not today. Tomorrow I'll play more of these because, well, Leon said so. And I'm happy to play more of Deep Rock Galactic, always. At least for these days. I'm gonna play more. The Cobalt mod really brings me back. So good.
You know what? Let's just say the dwarves did it.
Thanks, Tweak.
Fucking patient.
Can I? I'll see you. Need to get myself dinner as well. It's like what? 7:28? It's not that. It's not that late. It's not that late. It's not 9. It's all good. You spend an hour or more shaking your money maker? Oh, is it dancing? Spend an hour dancing? Oh, hell yeah. Only 3.1% of players have this achievement? Why? Guess that's not allowed, huh? No spam allowed, huh? Gosh. Alright. Angle. I'm in the top 4%? That achievement alone? Worth. Just gonna dance. Just gonna dance away. Honestly, there's no reason to not dance. We're just gonna dance in Deep Rock Galactic. Okay. Can I listen to the same music again? I'm gonna do it. This is too good. Relaxing Giratina theme to end stream? That works. Relaxing. I never heard of Giratina's theme though. Here, let me listen to it. I don't see relaxing Giratina's theme. It's only the super intense one. Oh, and then there's like relaxing music for stress relief, calm music for meditation, sleep, relax, healing, therapy, spa. Like, imagine just listen to the music and it's like I'm having a spa. Thanks, YouTube. You're capable of anything. God. Ending string is like spa. Sorry, but I guess I'll just listen to this then. Spa. I guess watching YouTube is like having a spa, huh? Yeah, also I promise, I'm gonna say this right now, I am going to do art next week. Like starting next week, the usual Thursday and Monday art stream will be back. Like I need to sort of force myself to do it, right? I need to do it. I want to, and I need to. So yeah, what you gonna make? I'm gonna do some research on some sculpting things again. I need to remake Linglong. I need to remake my Eastern Dragon. Because the first one I made is not as good. I took using shapes literally. So yeah. Not that good. Have a nice rest of the day. Thank you, Bracky. You too. And still good luck with the things that you're trying to do. Appreciate you. New Dwagion. New Dwagion. Don't. The seal is sleeping. A lot of people are doing subatons, aren't they? Maybe I should do one.
Wagyu you wow.
Nah, I don't wanna. It's too tiring. Also very scary. Imagine doing an uncapped subaton. Oh shit. Maybe? I enjoy saying, oh, wait, no, I'm not Cobalt currently. I'm Cobalt and Heart. Oh, shiny. I'm a snake that has a heart of a kobold. We raid Prem just started streaming. Oh. Oh. One sub equal 1 hour times 10. 1 hour times 10 is 10 hour. And then divide by 15? Wait, 乘法表先加减后乘除，还是先乘除后加减？ Is it doing multiplication first or doing plus minus first? Shit, my knowledge of math it's gone. One sub equals 20. That's 20 minutes. $10 divided by 15 is 1 divided by 3, so it's just hour divided by 3. This way it's a negative value, just like in math class. And then have the equation. So it's 20 minus 6, 14 times 2. 20 times 2? Thanks, Narix. 24? Minus 6 has to be in brackets if you wanted to multiply. I love you too, Butspot. Butspot's great. I don't know, man. Enter your nonsense into your calculator. In the meantime, let me just plug things again because hell yeah. 38 minutes? One sub for 38 minutes? God, I'll just stream for eternity. Or maybe not, I don't know.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Alright, Pinky, I'll do the plug. Because you have equation to do, it's fine. I have a Discord, I have my socials, YouTube, Dying Bluebird app. I mean, honestly, the Dying Bluebird app is just gonna be me retweeting dragon stuff. Pretty sure. And or kobold stuff and or lizard things. Just reptilian things in general. Because why not? Yeah, we're gonna rate Premium Daddy. Yeah, since tomorrow Leon is gonna Leon wants to do rock and stoning tomorrow. Yeah, let's do more rock and stone tomorrow because why not? Right? Rock and stone forever. And then yeah, Thursday and Monday are. Oh, just need to be mentally prepared for it. I'll be fine. I'll be fine. Yeah, I think that's pretty much everything. Should be fine. Oh, I haven't typed in the rate. I'm stupid. Yeah, hopefully things are not wrong. I guess I'll still do rate shinies. How about that? Yeah, just do rate shiny. We were taught that every time a number is left floating like that, it defaults to multiplication. Oh. Still have no idea what's happening with the math thing. You know, I'm gonna go get myself some dinner, so be safe before the raid. I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. Know that you guys all love, you guys all matter, and you all are very valuable. Yeah, yeah. Butt bolts are ray butt oil. Oh, god damn it. Okay, I'll do it then. There, that's the raid message. I have a love-hate relationship with Botspot sometimes. Thank you for streaming, thank you for being here, all of you. Here comes right to Premium Daddy, who is a streamer from Philippines. Another Southeast Asian streamer. There, I'm using this. Butt bolts. Daddy's gonna like that. The Premium's gonna like that, I'm pretty sure. Butt bolts. Ray butt all your shinies. Can't believe it. Oh yeah, context, right? So, the first time I added Botspot into my channel, I was like, oh, if Botspot do ever botify the raid message when I'm announcing it, or like the first time it has been announced and it got botified, I have to use that. At least I have to. You guys don't have to. You guys don't want to use it. It's fine. If you guys want to use it, it's also okay. Use the normal one. Everything is fine. Assuming we didn't make a typo, it's minus 480 minutes. And 28 if not multiplied by minus 6. Damn it, math. How do you even work? Oh, my legs. Blip. Snake blip. Cobalt blip. Bye bye, everyone. Be safe, be safe. Love y'all. Bye bye. See you guys tomorrow. Bye bye bye. The last minute poop.